Good morning, guys. Ah. Mm, there we go. Green stream. Nothing. You didn't see anything. Ignore what's in the background. How's everyone doing this morning? How you feel? All right. I don't really know what that was about yesterday. Maybe just not getting enough sleep. Hey, Rusty. Gap filling hard or just rip down? Well, I hope the latter. Right now, though, gap fill. ES doesn't seem to be dropping a lot. Oh, nope, never mind. Wrong contract. There it is. I pulled up the wrong one. How the fuck do I remove that? That's contract's expired now. Cool. Okay, so ES is moving down. 44.75. Still not quite below yesterday's low, but we'll see what happens. It looks like we rejected just below Gamma Max again. Michigan gonna crash the market? When was the last time SPX touched GM? As far as I'm aware, never. Forget even the advanced stuff you're teaching. SPY down, my puts are down, and my calls are up. What is happening with the market? Well, what? SPY's down, and your puts are down, but your calls are up. I have no fucking clue. So they spent $1 billion worth of gamma and calls yesterday just to let them expire worthless. No, not all of them expired worthless. Some of them were further dated. Although seeing the evidence of that in real time is very difficult. But some of them obviously were able to close out this morning as well, especially the 34.35 and 34.40s. The 34.50s burned up. The 34.45s mostly burned up because they held them after the peak. But yeah, they spent an unbelievable amount of money yesterday. That was also right around the time that the 4,400 level squeezed out finally, right? So, you know, they had buyers. It wasn't completely ludicrous, but it was still kind of ludicrous. Are you able to back calculate GM? I mean, we have it. I have Yelya's charts still that go back to like I think early 2020, and I have our historical data which goes back to like late 21 or beginning of 2020, beginning of 2022. So I mean, her gamma max is a lot different, but it's like a lot more erratic. Um, but yeah, I mean, Spy never came anywhere near gamma max back then. Once SPX hits 15% above gamma max, the market's gonna crash hard. It's almost a fucking meme stock at this point. Should I wait for SPX to reach 10 to 15% above gamma max before I sell cover calls? I suppose you could wait for Ryan Cohen to give a really stupid speech. Sending out good vibes to toilet paralysis guy. Yeah. Spy divvy last night. Spy's $1.50 or so below close last night. But all puts are down negative 20%, give or take. Interesting. Is this on the short dated contracts? I've puts that are down, but just in line on SPX, but just in line with price action. Do you know what is the market data subscription for SPX called on IBKR? CBO streaming market indexes? Oh no, I have no idea. I know I pay for it, but I don't know which one it is. Ask them, like just ask chat help or whatever. Any zero DT update before the Micheliners? Yeah, we could take a look. I mean, I think we already saw a little bit of a breakdown after the peak here. We've got the gap fill. I know a lot of charm was lost this morning, but I don't know how much. Charm rocketed, like dealer charm exposure rocketed another fucking 20 billion yesterday. Um some of that is gone, but some of it will remain through the rest of today. Um 1 second. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Motherfucker. Okay. Looks like there's still a shitload of call interest at 44.50, but not a lot between 44.25 and there. Under 44.25, price action gets a lot more momentum, but there are some call walls at 4400, 43.95. So 44.25, 44.20 has a chance to slip to 4400. Sub 4400, we have a chance to slip to 43.50. We like a Ninja Trader. It's highly customizable. You can use algorithmic like programs to trade on it. Um, you can program scripts in for entering and exiting trades, which is fairly simple. It's ugly, but there's a lot you can do with it. It's kind of like IBKR in that way. It's expensive. If you're not going to trade a lot of futures, I wouldn't recommend it. I think a lot of people prefer like Tradevate or oh, I always forget the name of the other one. There's another one people really like a lot, and I can never remember the name of it. No, I use Ninja Trader. Tasty Trades, Edge Clear, maybe. Do you own CF? No. I don't really have any expectations for their earnings, but they're in August. I paper traded your overnight straddle strategy this week. Paper profits every day. Thank you for the education. You're welcome. Yeah, they're really good right now with the market moving as much as it is. And the last couple weeks have been very, very good. There was a period there that was kind of rough, from like end of March through like mid to late May, where the returns on it weren't fantastic. But since then, it's been awesome. So most of this month's been really good. And October through Feb was really good also. If Upstart finishes above 38 today, is it enough? Could we see some T plus 2 action next week? It really needs to close above 40, I think. It's got to squeeze out the $40 covered calls. And it's got to squeeze out the puts at 40 and 45. I mean, so far, short positions have just been building positions and waiting for an index turnaround. If it doesn't pressure those positions, which it's currently really not. I mean, maybe long shorts, we have no idea. There are definitely long shorts above 30, all the way up to, like 120. Those aren't necessarily being pressured a lot though, right? But for the derivative short positions, they're not very heavily pressured right now. I don't think they're going to capitulate unless we get another significant index move. And Upstart didn't move as much yesterday with, NASDAQ ripping to the moon as you would have expected. So there was definitely some internalization going on, right? And they'll dump that when they get the chance. SPY pricing looks weird. Yahoo and TOS show it closing yesterday at 442.60, but their change from close price seems to be based on a close of 440.96. Okay. Are they basing it on the after hours close, possibly? AMP futures, Optimus, maybe. I don't know. It's it's the nice looking one. Most futures traders that I know that do it professionally use NinjaTrader. Bank and KRE not looking bullish. Dixie's still moving down. Where's the spread education? A clip? I think I clipped it. Thanks, Gerald. Let's see. Inflation expectations are down 3.3 versus the previous 4.2. Consumer sentiment up. Current conditions preliminary up. 5-year inflation expectation down 0.1. Michigan consumer expectation preliminary. Oh, consumer expectations are up. Oh. Okay, I feel like a lot of calls got bought there, but I'm not sure if it mattered. So Michigan's predicting stagflation, but consumers are happy about it. That was weird. Okay. So, well, somebody bought a bunch of calls and then sold them back off again. The MM should be de-hedging some of this nonsense right now. I'm a consumer and I don't like it. I was stopped out of my overnight call hedge earlier, and I feel like I should buy a replacement, but I'm not sure if that's really smart or really dumb. Hmm. Did you get stopped out of it this morning? I mean, you don't need to if you've already hedged the upside. You don't need to unless you need to like double hedge it. What mean when you say MMs should be de-hedging, deleveraging, but some amount of the charm flows that they were carrying into this morning expired with the AM expiration. How much? I don't know. But I mean, they should be selling off that delta that they're carrying because those contracts are now expired. But that can also occur through tonight's expiration and into Tuesday. What's up with BTU's IV today? I don't know. Did they have news or something? Naga, not gonna leverage anymore. Okay. If markets always drift up, isn't it statistically better to be a perma bull? Easier. Yeah. Not necessarily better. Returns on bearish positions are higher, but they're harder to hit. Yeah, wonky data. Or at least the exchange data is fucked. So it's harder to calculate gamma max on it. I think JFresh did though manually. It's like 450. Since we face melted yesterday, could we just chop today into 3-day as people move into straddles? Well, there's plenty of support at 42.25, so we don't really have any downside unless we break that level. We have gamma max at 40.50. That's gonna be tough, right? Jesus Christ, I can't believe fucking SPX is a gamma max. Charma, chameleon. Nice. It comes and goes, dork. It comes and goes. I'm on the side of making money. Loyalty to the downside or upside is regarded. Hmm. Yes. tinfoil hat question. Someone imploded yesterday. Was that the buying in? And we could see downs here at some point. We could see downs here at some point anyway. Yeah. 42.25 or 44.25. Sorry, Core. What is your friend's VWAP strategy? Play bounces, rejection of VWAP, or push through VWAP? He basically buys at VWAP and sets a stop. So he buys with momentum at VWAP and sets a tight stop. If it breaks up, he makes money. If it breaks down, he stops out. If you have a functioning brain cell, you could do better. Just one. If you really want to see downs, go to the Pores chat. Ugh. What's going on in there? Just tell me. You were there. I don't want to see. Are they sad? Are they sad that Cohen's a imbecile? Or half of them just shit posting, directly attacking the sad ones? Are the people still in there saying that it's MOASS tomorrow, or did they leave? But all my dead Nvidia puts were paid for with my earnings hedge. If it's that simple, couldn't you just build a script to do that in the background while you actually, with your brain cell, did better? Probably. I'm in the poor chat and I don't do any of that. Nice. I posted a chart in there. It didn't look bullish. Oh no. A squad witching is mapping closely with June 2020. Interesting. Okay. Just without the downside in the SLD period. Huh. I don't know if that matters. Okay. All right, thank you. It looked freggish. The positioning on GME looks freggish. Is there a bull case left for GME? These days it's sounding pretty doom and gloomy if you ignore the super stockers. Yeah, they have a bunch of money and no debt. They just haven't done anything with the money yet. Is being poor connected to how much money you have or the mentality you have about investing? Both. What did your friend do that blows up 5K ports at 30K to make his money? He trades 0 DTEs on SPX and futures. Well, back then he was trading 0 and 1 DTEs. A lot of the time on RUT, actually, which is IWM. You're overestimating some people's brain cells. I mean, it's not a hard strategy. It just requires a lot of discipline. He's not a very imaginative or creative person, so he's very good at that. Are you excited to be sub 4,000 by mid-July? We'll see. Can we break gamma neutral first? Will you take your shirt off if SPX breaks above gamma max? I already sold the call side of my straddle this morning. Talos partnership? No one cares about some fucking third-rate developer making mobile, like, Net3 games. Web3 games. Who gives a fuck? That's what everyone's been dreaming of getting their hands on. NFT gotchas. Hey Gurk, missed the GME call. TLDR, pretty please. Cohen went on a libertarian speech about executive pay. They made some comments about the number of questions involving DRS, short squeezes, and their share counts. And then, while not answering those questions, rightfully. And then they ended the call. Are they selling puts yet? Maybe earlier. Not too many right now. At least I don't think. Put interest is increasing at 4,400, which is interesting. This little breakdown might continue a bit. Is that the 1 minute? Okay, that's the 1 minute. What about the 5? Uh, 15. Okay. Well, we're getting some breakdown confirmation on multiple time frames. I guess we'll see what happens with futures here at 44.75. Jimmy is going to the moon because 90% of game sales were digital and they are brick and mortar. Nice. I like Net3 better. The billionaire said a lot about sleeves. Yeah. As they should. They're avoiding liabilities. Good choice for the future of the company. Did someone drop you on your head as a baby? Instead of talking and tweeting, RC should actually start working. Well, that's how he rolls his sleeves up. Is Cohen buying Express? I fucking hope not. Express actually kind of picked up an activist investor, sort of. No, I was thrown. Does the amount of time until futures expiry change how large of an impact buying and selling has on SPX? During the roll period a bit, yeah. But generally the arbitrage is pretty tight. I'm talking about the choice of not answering SS questions about the stock shorts or whatever they were asking. They were asking all the usual MOASS questions. I mean, they're just not answering them because they don't want those people to sell all their stock. Which they would if they answered them, right? Scars, 2 R's. No, you're not staying at my house. Tell your parents that we all said hi. Michael Jordan is selling the Charlotte Hornets to Gabe Plotkin. Yeah, he's doing so badly. Good job, Super Stunk. You got him. Today's one of the largest OPEX expiries in history. Yeah, so expect basically nothing to happen, right? If there's anything you noticed, yeah, they've sold puts across the entirety of the fucking SPX options chain in order to buy extremely short dated calls and ramp SPX all the way up into fucking Gamma Max like a meme stock with a 50 million float. It's fucking ridiculous. But if short vol's closing, that means they're going long vol, right? No, SPX doesn't have a 50 million. God damn it. Friendometer full bear? Because I won't let you stay at my house? That's ridiculous. Do you still have your job? Flat trading brought to you by Tesla, up 2.6%, and Nvidia up 1.9. Did you see the fucking battery tech from Toyota? How the fuck is Tesla gonna stay in business? Toyota's projecting an initial like manufacturing rate of like 3.5 million units a year with 950 miles per 10-minute charge on solid state batteries. Tesla's fucked. They're also making a $20,000 pickup truck. Currently, the charging port for a Tesla costs about $100. Yeah, I survived Alabama. Miracles happen every day, apparently. Good job, man. Did you have any food down there? How's their food? Did they have tomatoes in their biscuits and gravy? I think this is the question everyone actually cares about. Can we set up a series of tubes between our houses so you can send your kitty back and forth like the vacuum tubes at drive-through banks? Yes. Shoomp. It's gonna traumatize the cat. You just made me realize something. They probably took the data from the meme stock run and used it on indexes. Or they were just doing this on everything the whole time. If Toyota can have a 900-mile range in their battery, they will destroy their competition. Yes, they will. Sometimes it's smart, like AMD, to wait for all of your competition to make shit, and then you just make slightly better shit, and you win. That's like Lisa Su waited for Intel to completely max out their like 4 nanometer process, and then she was like, boom, Threadripper, bitch. Now Intel sucks. Can you explain what the confirmation for a Tesla breakdown is? 256. 256, then the lower resistance is 245, which is what it bounced off of the other day. Fortunately, I have some theta on my in the money bear call spreads. And a small hedge. Might today be a good put entry for Nvidia and Tesla? Or wait to see what happens at the beginning of next week? Yeah, I mean, it could be, but it's risky. And you're carrying it over a 3-day weekend. Sounds like Apple. Well, except the difference is that Apple waits till all their competition releases things, and then Apple releases something slightly inferior for more money. The secrets to good sausage gravy are use heavy cream instead of milk, liberal use of white pepper along with black pepper and salt. Oh, that's not it. But that's a good start. I just did a 1,000-mile drive to Denver in a 4Runner, and let me tell you, they are grossly underpowered. Yeah, Toyota's never really been about the joy of driving. At least not since the Supra. So an even better business model. Are the 10 and 30 gonna invert? Maybe? I don't think anybody cares about that yield curve inversion. Are you thinking it might be leading? Jesus Christ, yields are rocketing today. I know there's no aromatics in that recipe. Well, you have the pepper, I guess. But that's not how I make it. Hold up. I use copious amounts of sage. I also get some red pepper in there. I will mail you some of my sausage gravy. Gross. Fry the bacon or sausage, then use that to make the gravy. Also, cornbread. I'm not going to get into this sausage gravy argument again. Yeah, I'm pretty horny right now. Nice, dork. The MM would have information on who's buying the 0 GTE calls to pump, right? Maybe. You know anybody working at one to ask? Hmm. You know, I wouldn't, though. I I think I know somebody I could ask, but I wouldn't ask him. It's kind of rude. What kind of first of all, if you're starting to like try to get inside information from what are arguably stupider people than yourself, you've gone beyond copium. I don't even know what that is at this point. Yeah, it doesn't really matter either. Is that even legal to mail? I don't even know how you would mail it. Maybe in mason jars? People talked shit for so long about how Toyota was behind the times on EV tech and still spending way too much on internal combustion. Lol, oops. Well, the prior CEO was, but he retired in shame, and now the guy who is heading Lexus is heading both divisions, and he's all about it. Biscuits and gravy made with good quality bacon is the goat. No, sausage. Well, Lexus isn't technically a Toyota, right? They're luxury cars, so they ramp up the power because otherwise they wouldn't be able to compete in that sector. Who's the other Toyota CEO that retired in shame and why? I don't know why, but he was the grandson of the founder. You can mail live Maine lobsters to San Diego. Where there's a will, there's a way, I suppose. Mason jar? Centaur confirmed. No human can produce nor consume that much sausage gravy. One mason jar? That's like 12 ounces of sausage gravy. That's not even a lot. Nah. What the fuck is going on here? Okay. That was strange. There's very little changes happening in the options positioning here right now. Net gamma's pretty slim. Options volume's very low. I know that all the engineering is Toyota. They still use more, well, not in some of their models, but in like the F Sport models and stuff, they use bigger engines than they use in Toyotas. Higher compression ratios. Hey Gurk, first off, I'd like to apologize. I used to be one of those guys from Reddit that would denounce anyone who played options like yourself. I undressed a bunch of GME and made 2K this week. Fucking A, goose ears. Congratulations, man. Don't lose it all. I haven't seen the new GX 550. I just recently bought a Lexus, but not for me. I chug a mason jar of sausage gravy every morning on the toilet. Wait, are you the toilet paralysis guy? Because I know why. I mean, first of all, any decent panful of sausage gravy is going to start with a pound of sausage. So you've already exceeded the single mason jar capacity. Before you've added, before you've even made a roux and built up your gravy or any seasonings. Is there any viable strategy with something like SPX 0DTs, or is it all just degen gambling? No, there's a lot of viable strategies. They just require a lot of discipline, position management, and very, very good risk control, which people have proven time and time again that they're unwilling to explore. So most of it degrades into degenerate gambling. We seem to be moving back up slowly. A little bit. Although this could just break down again. We have support at 42.25. So I doubt we fall below that level. I have a 0 DT SPX butterfly on. I'll see you in Valhalla. Nice. Tired of waiting, just selling CCs now. Nice, man. It's still profitable. Understand the risks. Don't become one of the people that's like, I sold in the money covered calls on GME and now I'm getting assigned and I want to cry about it. Try to just announce they're converting all facilities to resume production of the 1993 Corolla. So MOASS? Are you trying to say MOASS? Listen, Girk here, you're a ruggedly handsome fellow, and I don't care who knows it. Thank you so much, Baradactyl. You lift me up. But my point is, it's usually the same engine family. The engine isn't developed by a third-party company or something, other than race cars. No, I know. They have like a flat six and an inline four, and they usually have like one V8 engine. And then those are all either up or down tuned based on the model they're producing. Isn't the V8 just used in Tundras? That's a pound before it's cooked. It's not like the fucking sausage evaporates. The fat melts, and you have less physical meat in the end, but the total volume is still mostly in the pan. Some of the water cooks off. Does your mom like the Lexus? Yeah, she's pretty happy with it. Apparently, the autopilot thing for when you're stuck in traffic is really fun. Any thoughts on the Michigan survey? Inflation expectations crash in June, sentiment rebounds. I mean, the University of Michigan survey is kind of flighty, like the people that they interview in order to create the survey. So what happens on Wall Street when SPX goes above Gamma Max? Unanimous laughter? Well, it hasn't done it yet. Fuck, I've been sitting at the stream card the entire time. Gerg, I'm for sure getting assigned, and I will not cry today. Nice, Rusty. Baby steps. The Toyota Corolla was a big mistake. How can they expect to carry on selling cars when they last a lifetime? They make more money off of selling parts. Far more money than they make off of selling cars. You should do some research on the car industry. That's why the planned obsolescence in Teslas is so profitable. I'm sure it's very coagulated gravy he's slurping down on the toilet. Maybe. Or he's getting it piping hot out of the pan, taking it in the bathroom with him, and then drinking it. I'm about 6 months away from being completely debt-free. Nice, dude. Congratulations. I bought a 20K Civic cash, tuned it with a K-tuner for a few $100, so it goes real fast, and now I gotta put in a new clutch in it every other year. Alright. Does it make a lot of noise? Sounds like they last used the V8 in 2022. Twitter evicted from Colorado HQ. Everything's fine, guys. Don't worry. The economy's roaring back. They need to bring back the Land Cruiser. I mean, they tried that with the FJ, right? I had one of those. It was awesome. They tried to bring back, like, they tried to make the original FJ into more of a luxury vehicle and combine the Land Cruiser and FJ models, right? And it was popular. I think it still is. They still sell for a lot of money. But I think that was their bid at revitalizing those product lines. And it wasn't wildly successful. Is 4425 a neckline of a Head and Shoulders? 4400 is. I don't know who that guy is at the Civic, but I hate him. But you love his songs. I use one of those boba straws to slurp it out of the jar. Oh, man. Why care about assignment unless you're at the cusp of long-term gains? I don't know, because people think if they get assigned, they're going to miss MOASS. So they get all weird about it. Toyota is better than anyone at making sure that their market parts get bought over MFG parts. Their margins are ludicrous. I didn't realize I could just not pay my rent. Well, if you do choose that route, remember that you can be evicted. Was your FJ a stick? No. They are bringing back the Land Cruiser? Oh, Jesus. I did not know that, Coop Dog Baller. But now I do. Did the leverage funds that survived the pain trade survive the meme pop? Meme pump? We don't have a COT report for today and yesterday. We'll only have it through Wednesday. So we'll know next Wednesday. A little noisier, but I didn't do the exhaust. Because I'm not into drawing attention to myself, just speed. Okay, nice. Same way Dodge isn't making the Hemi anymore, and no more Hellcat motors. Yeah, they all have to meet the new federal guidelines soon, so the days of cool motors are over. I just received some troubling news. My broker told me that all U.S. financial markets will be closed Monday, June 19th, in observance of the Juneteenth National Independence Day holiday. This is true. I know. It's shocking, but true. Nope, no trading on Monday, guys. July puts her down a bit. Too early to roll August? No. You missed you'll dodge the 30-day window if you do. People selling calls and then not realizing they can buy calls is peak irony. Yes. Are we gonna miss MOASS today? Or maybe. All I got left is a handful of June 30, 40, 431, 430p debit spreads. One SPX June 30, 4200, 4150 debit spread. On a scale of Buffett to Kathy Woods, how successful is this gonna be? Oh man. First of all, sick roast. Let's see, 630, 431, 431, 430. I mean, that one, I'm not gonna lie, kind of sounds like shit. Generally, on debit spreads, you want more of a spread because you get better profitability. The 4200, 4150, I mean, probably pretty good if it goes under 4200. I didn't realize hearts were still a thing, Gurk. We made a deal. I don't know how to get rid of them. 10 million volume on SPY, 11 million QQQ. I'm really far behind in chat, huh? Are they closing higher calls, or are they going to sell some puts here and drive it back up? 4450 is broken down a little bit. We want to be here's how I think about this right now. I think we want to be under 4425 before 2 o'clock. If we're not under 4425 before 2 o'clock, they might buy another $200 million worth of calls all at once. There's really no puts, like shorts, left to squeeze out at these levels, so not particularly advantageous, right? There's no buyer up there. It's at gamma max. Aside from our short biases, where do you see Nvidia's share price by the end of the year? I mean, I don't know. It depends on how much longer they can get away with lying about the forward returns on their earnings by factoring in sales that have yet to occur. I would imagine at the point which they start reporting that sales haven't occurred that they priced in prior, insiders are selling, which is a good sign. Not a lot, but they're selling. If you had to fight one Marvel mutant and you'd hope to survive, who would you fight? Magneto. Subaru isn't selling the new STI in the USA. Huh. VIX isn't as high on this drop. Yeah, VIX was higher the other day. It was cresting 15. Volatility has a way of going back up, though. I'm not worried about it. Remember when conservatives got super upset about getting another federal holiday, a day off from work? I think most people don't get work off on Monday. But yeah, I do. Chewy just announced an 850 million investment. Chevy just announced a 850 million investment into their small block V8 program. So not quite dead yet. Interesting. That's a lot of money to develop an engine. Is it government money? Because that sounds inefficient as fuck. My boomer dad got his GME shares called away. Now I told him a little secret, and this might sound crazy, but he just has to buy the shares at a lower price than he sold them at. What did he sell them at? Shouldn't be hard if it was above like 23. They'll never squeeze me out. Diamond hands. This is the first time SPX has been at Gamma Max, Obi. Or you just mean every time I bring it up today? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not anymore. It's now below Gamma Max, but it came very close to testing it. Is your Magneto answer just a test to see who your nerdiest watchers are? No, it's just an arbitrary answer to a stupid question. Pros and cons of selling a put at end of day versus buying a call hedge when you're holding a longer dated put. Selling a put at end of day versus buying a call hedge. Okay, yeah, if you're carrying puts, you can definitely sell a put because then you're hedged, arguably. And if it drops, I guess you're taking on less risk than the directional position a little bit. It depends on the strike of your put, though. If you're not near the money, then that strategy is kind of less effective. You could also do both, right? You could sell a put and buy a call. When he opts to fight Magneto, I mean, if there's no metal around, right? Iron, zinc, magnesium. Gherk is toast. Are zinc and magnesium ferrous? How will EV military vehicles work when you need a 30-mile extension cord? How do some upstart Gen 24s at 60 look? I'm feeling intrigued by them. Hmm. With more rate hikes on the horizon, not. I wouldn't buy them at these prices. Is it just me or is quad witching always super boring? I feel like it usually is, yeah. Especially the Fridays. I feel like the Fridays are usually really fucking boring. They usually have like a lot of movement at the end of the day and then just not much through the beginning. Is QQQ near Gamma Max? Um, Gamma Max on QQQ is at 376.22. Your blood, Gurk? I'll just. What if I'm just malnourished? Yeah. I'll just I'll just make myself anemic. Boom. It's okay. Gherk is low on protein. Yeah, I am. I haven't been eating enough meat or something. My doctor said I need more protein in my diet. Yeah. I'm kind of over GME at this point. Should I just sell CCs at a price I'm okay with assignment until assigned? I can't think of another option besides just selling them. I mean, if you're over it, yeah, you could do that. That means lay off the sugar, but I don't eat a lot of sugar. My blood sugar levels were good. So was my glycemic index. I don't know. I used to eat meat like 5 times a week, but I guess lately I've been eating less protein. Have you tried Mork's salami? Like when I have meat during the day, I just kind of feel lethargic, and I don't like that. Tesla's in a similar trend and topping out pattern, end of Jan to end of Feb, just more compressed. I mean, I think it's gonna break down. I hope it does. I'm short on Tesla. I haven't bought any puts yet, but I have bear spreads. Consider adding some whey protein. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, he said just like get a protein supplement. Yeah, I'm eating plenty of veggies. You gotta bring back the nut mix. Lots of protein in nuts. D's nuts. 12 times a week? No, more than that. 15? As my namesake implies, I have a bias as to what I eat. Nice, Lawrence. Just with a Latina and ask her to make you frijoles? Trust me, homie, she'll get you squared away. I don't want to eat beans all the time. Sometimes beans are good. Wait, is this innuendo? I'm not deficient in iron. I'm not anemic. And I'm not deficient in protein. I should just have more. I don't have like hyperproteinuria or whatever the fuck it's called. I cook all of like almost all of my food in a cast iron pan. I got plenty of iron. I'll bet you 50% of my network against 1% of your second highest port value that SPX will hit 4,300 next week. I should warn you, my net worth is negative, so you'll owe me money either way. Thank you so much, Petzl. Noted. I'm not here to gamble, though. What if SPX was one giant entropy swap? Ew. You probably need vitamin D. Yeah, that's a little low, but it always is because I live in New York and I never leave my house. I take a supplement for vitamin D. It's called blood pudding, greedy dead man. You don't want to eat beans all the time, but you want to open a rice and bean stand. The rice and bean stand's for the poor. I'm trying to front run selling poor people food in a recession. Not here to gamble. Same time he buys 1,000 zero DTE contracts. That's boredom. I take vitamin D2 to counteract what my son calls my library tan. The internet told me today that dropping an egg on a flat surface is better than cracking it on the side of a pan because the membrane will stay intact and avoid shell pieces. Yeah, you should always break your eggs on a flat surface. Is that new? I don't think that's new. If you smash your egg on the side of the pan, it pushes the shell up inside the egg. And then it gets stuck to the white, right? And then it'll come out, like the shell will come out with the egg. My grandpa drinks Ensures for protein. You could be like him. Oh, okay. That's perfect. Top right corner, Lawrence. Are my 0DT SPX 4400 puts going to print today? Hmm. Probably not. Probably not. Hmm. Russell down. Fix down. NQES flat. Oh, Dixie's roaring back. Expecting any price movement and price improvement on Fubo next week for FTDs. We might see some. The the FTDs from the ETF basket that Fubo's in could be on a lot of different like heavily shorted stocks though. So tap the egg on a flat surface till the white just barely ekes out. That way the membrane is split and you don't need to dig your fingers into the side. I try to avoid breaking my eggs altogether. Alright. You can drop an egg on a plate from like 10 inches high for a perfect cracked egg. Yeah. It depends what kind of eggs you get. If the shells aren't firm, have you guys noticed that? That like some of the like free range eggs and stuff, the shells aren't super firm. Costco eggs are really good for that. The egg will just explode. What about ostrich eggs? Those are gigantic. No one's eating those. Are you gonna... Also, do you know how to remove the options for stops on IBKR? A rose frijoles stand is only because you're trying to attract Latina single mothers. I see you, Papa. I don't know what you're talking about, BMG. It's not like I have a penchant for spicy Latino women. Chocolate incoming. Tesla dead for Victor's sake. This might be the first time Victor's made money on Tesla. Did Victor finally win? He pops in every once in a while. I've had many Costco eggs that my finger goes right through when trying to pick up. Yeah, the shells on them have been really, like, thin lately, right? It's not just me. My dating history is a minefield of spicy Latina women and a blonde. Victor winning is on my bingo card. Oh, okay. Usually he asks me, like, once a day if what Tesla's doing. But he only asks if Tesla's going down. So, Jesus fucking Christ, what's going on with VIX here? Hmm. Costco egg hens are protein deficient too. $44.30 is a fortress. Yeah, there's a lot of support at $44.25. Any positions coming in? No, not really. Net gamma is about where it was on the prior peak, but on even lower volume. And futures arguably looks bullish here. This downward consolidation, right? There's no chance inflation won't spike. Looks at Boyle. Ooh. Okay, dork. Yep. Nat gas is starting to look a little better. I still think you got like 3 months, but it is looking a little better. No, I'm no longer making coffee. Gamma Max is in the daily. Calcium cannons? That sounds appropriate. What the fuck is a BBL? Uh, Kirk, when you were in Coheed and Cambria, did you find it hard to be on tour all the time? Uh, Dork already sold his Boyle for a 10% loss. It's pretty reasonable, right? It looked like it was headed back. Like, Henry Hub looked like it was headed back under $2 again. If you can buy back at the same price, it doesn't matter. Are the chickens malnourished? That's what I'm thinking. Morgan Stanley upgraded Nvidia to 500. Perfect. So today's Crush VIX day, not 1 billion and 0 DTE day. So far, yeah. I mean, I feel like they haven't crushed it that much. Could be short call day. Is right now the time for VIX calls? If you've got a little theta, not bad. I mean, I did pretty well on the like the 13.50 to $15 test ones. I might wait and see if it goes a little lower, just because recently it's been dropping into like the 1380, 1350 range. Say what happens Monday. You know you want to. What? Futures selling off super hard? Something? Futures back to VWAP? Crazy. Why would they do that on a day when retail can't participate in the actively in the markets? They would never. I'm talking VIX leaps at 20. Uh why? Why? Well, seriously, why take on the risk of going targeting 20 when you can target like the historic like median range at 15, 16, right? There's just so much less risk at targeting 15, 16 than there is targeting 20. Futures have a half day on Monday. Is there any trade left in SoFi? At a small gain on the run up, I'm curious if it has some profit left in a run down. I mean, the Supreme Court decision for the student loan shit's not out yet, right? So it could run a little higher still. They benefit greatly from no student loan forgiveness. What's the view up level on futures? Give me a second. It's back at 41.32. Which from where we're currently at is only a 760 basis point drop. Do you always carry the VIX hedge? Yes. Have you increased it because of current market conditions? I don't have to. I only increase it relative to any increases in my like trading portfolio size or my long port. So if I add positions, then I'll increase my VIX hedge. I just rolled like a whole bunch of it and repositioned it when we were down at like 13. 13 is historically very, very low on VIX. So it's anytime you get that low, if you're carrying a VIX hedge, it's really good to reposition. Would you consider VIX July 15C a good move here? Slow entry in case it does come down toward 1350 again, like you said. If it moves, yeah, if it moves under like 1380, then I would consider getting more of those. I picked up a bunch of VIX like last week, like a shitload of VIX calls. Kind of on the expectation, the VIX was gonna tap 15 as short calls got blown up, and that worked out. But I closed most of it profitably. I left a few runners, but we'll see. VIX could still hit 15 by Wednesday. I don't like buying a lot of theta on VIX generally, but it is a position. It's a play. Um, Not my favorite one, but it is one. Yes, back to 4450. We'll see. Got rejected there on the top, so I still think there's too much support 4425 on SPX. Like we're probably gonna keep finding support in this range, right? Like right there. Now, if we break this, that's kind of bearish. There you go. Now VIX is under 14. Nvidia board member dumped 48 million more in stock. Yeah, I brought that up earlier. Would you consider VIX July 15? See, okay. Are you done trading on WeBull? No, I put in an order to change the account to margin, so it's position close only right now. They said it takes like 14 business days. I didn't know it was gonna take so fucking long. I thought it'd just be instantaneous, like on Fidelity. No worries, Potato Tom. I don't think I have. I've answered it a couple times, but not like 50. I feel like VIX calls, even though VIX gets crushed to the very low levels, the call premium still doesn't get destroyed as much. Yeah, well, you have a lot more active hedging on the VIX too. So those like out of the money positions generally stay pretty liquid as long as you choose good expirations. The quarterly expirations are a little better for that on VIX. I don't know Wessel's pretzels. Let's go below 44.25. It's still offering a lot of support. Positioning there hasn't changed much. The out of the money positioning is breaking down a little bit. Although that doesn't really mean anything. Jesus Christ. We haven't seen a significant drawdown on SPX since May 24th. That's fucking nuts. Forward return on calls is falling off a cliff today. End of day yesterday also closed below positive. So aside from the midday peak, yesterday was pretty flat against Wednesday. Today is down 31%. So that's there were a couple people in the Discord being like, "Oh man, Girk's last upper price range prediction sucked," and I was like, "How the fuck could literally anybody predict this? It's not possible." They're just mad at me because I'm not like full bull. That's all it is. But I had calls, right? So like, I told everybody Charm fucking exploded the night before. So did JFresh. Ooh, gap down. Huh. Are zero DTs changing how the market reacts? No, they're just fucking unpredictable. Somebody just came in and bought like $200 million worth of zero DTs yesterday in like two ticks. You can't predict that. We we even discussed like all day them squeezing out the 4400s, but that position was small, right? So like the most we were gonna see from that was like 4225 ish, right? There was no way to know that 300 million and out of the money or 280 million and out of the money fucking calls was gonna come in. It's fucking crazy. It's unpredictable. There's no way to predict it at all. None of the prior positioning gives you any kind of notice about it, right? They're definitely the same chart. I know they were. I loaded the same chart twice. OBS kept reverting back to the previously opened file, and it wouldn't let me open the other screenshot I took. But I posted the two charts in the Discord later. Ugh. Yep. 42.25, not ready to give up yet. Although the shorts did give it a little shot there. I waited until 11:30 today. Obligatory derogatory terms towards Lily. Noted. Here's a question for GME. Is OPEX looking like possible ups or downs? OPEX looks like dog shit. GME is super liquid right now. Is this a slip of 42.25? No? Well, it was, and then we bounced back into it. None of the 42.25 positionings, or 43.25 position, 44? 44.25 positioning is closing. Sorry. Bull trap? Maybe. I think mostly it's just they're not closing the fucking positions, right? Like 44.25 still stacked. There's still some call side support underneath it. We need to really like break away from the strike. It's got 3.5 billion gamma. When in the money calls coming in? Actually not a lot of those. Is VIX gonna rocket after expiration? It might rocket before expiration. Currently watching at 2x speed. I'm 2 hours ahead of the stream. VIX is at 1475. Could we just chop between 4350, 4430 range next week instead of big downs due to sold puts? There's not a lot of sold puts at 4350. There's a lot at 4300, but most of those expire today. JPM still has their sold calls at 4320. There's an obscene amount of delta falling off of the chain today. So buy GME puts at 23 for massive gains. I mean, GME puts never fucking print that much. IV's already pretty low, so it's not as much risk as if we'd run really hard, but yeah, GME puts still usually suck. I mean, it just kind of bleeds down. It's liquid. You might get like one good day on them. They never do, and I'm upset about it every time. Selling naked calls. If you have portfolio margin, right? Can't you just sell naked calls? Does there have to be bad economic news for the market to dump hard? No, but it helps. What direction bias does the chain have once they expire? Well, it's all sold puts and in the money calls. So down. Hey guys, in case you haven't heard, all major US stock exchanges will be closed Monday, June 19th, 2023, in observance of Juneteenth, National Independence Day. Thanks, Boof. Appreciate it, man. I took margin off this account because I want to keep my degeneracy at bay. Fair enough. Hmm. Some 4420 calls being bought. Yeah, they're gonna try to hold 4425. I think we get a little bit. Well, maybe we get some more downs here. Interesting. Hmm. There's some sell pressure on ES right now. Looking bearish. Dixie bull flag. Oil at 71 a barrel now. Dork, I just want oil to go up to 85 a barrel and coal to move 10% above spot. Is that too much to ask? I feel like it's not. It'd also be cool if gold wanted to hit 2200. Commodities are so oversold. I know. I wonder how much of the profits from this fucking stupid run goes into that. It's not gonna be a negligible amount. Because given the option of buying the top on SPX or buying the dip on commodities, commodities look a lot more attractive right now. Oh, I know oil will go up. 85 a barrel, I'd be making some quap with these Hal calls. Yeah, he'd probably do pretty well. Hal's not super exposed to oil pricing, but it does do well. Super cycle incoming. Thanks, China. Spots the current price. I'm watching SPX on the 1 second interval. Why? You've gone the wrong way. Most of this chat probably needs to be trading SPX on the 5 minute or the 15. We bouncing or we dumping? Futures is selling. Call buyers on SPX aren't liking it a lot, but futures is selling off. We'll see. This still has potential to bounce here. We're definitely not far enough away from 42.25 to not just bounce right back into it. The pressure will have to keep up. Oxy double bottom for the week. What's Oxy doing? Is fucking Buffett gonna buy it again? I have a buy order on it at 57. I wonder if it'll hit. I wish they'd stop missing fucking estimates. Say it with me. 44.25. That's what I said. I switched to 5 minute. I'm watching like 4 different indexes at once, alright? VIX is getting absolutely slaughtered. Yes, it is. Is the VIX suppression to keep their expiring positions profitable or to keep SPX for the bull market narrative? It could be an effort to keep the. It's probably just sold puts and more 42 or 44.25 buying. It could be call selling also. I need Hal to crush 40 by like November. That's unlikely. Unless, well, maybe. Unlikely. A little unlikely, though. What's the best oil energy ETF for pores? Was it XLF? Right? Zom after a crash. Yeah. I don't know if I'd buy Zom after a crash. I'd probably get like Marathon or Chevron or something. XLE? Oh yeah, maybe it is XLE. XLF's the financial one, right? No, like that's my target. Oh, okay. I'll get away very profitably at 36, 37, but at 40, I make legit profit. How's Hal doing today? He's doing pretty good. Back up at 32. That was a nice dip. I could see reasonably like mid 38 by midsummer. I don't think that's ridiculous. That's why I said 40 by November isn't out of the question. It's not, but oil prices might slump into the end of the summer. And then you miss the target, right? I'm not trying to be rude. I've heard 42.25 a couple times today. You definitely have. We did spend like a month trading at that level, so. Are you leaving any upstart CCs open for OPEX? All of them? I'm not closing any of my upstart covered calls. That leaps though, so Jan 2024. Oh, okay. Gaps don't matter. Especially not 2-year-old ones. Are you talking about the one at like 44.60 or whatever it is? Or oh, you're talking about this? That's like a penny. They're just trying not to let 44.25 slip. I highly doubt they care about this gap as much as they care about not losing all their fucking money by letting this move below 44.20. I bought Theta because I know it's a slow mover, but I believe in oil going into election season. Uncle Joey about to make gas prices go down before 2024 for a more favorable election cycle. I mean, they're already trying to put a cap on oil prices by refilling the strategic reserves under 70 a barrel, right? And then, OPEC's responding to that by decreasing production. Can you tell us the upcoming FTD Fubo dates? Yeah, I don't think they're going to matter a lot, but give me a sec. The big ones are 6/23, 26, and 27. So next Friday, then the following Monday, Tuesday. And those are probably mostly failures on IWM. Where do you confirm the breakdown if we slip 44.25? We've already slipped 44.25. We need to break away from the call interest at these levels. So the confirmation would be under 44.20. There's some calls at 44.20 also. So if we break 44.25, we break 44.20, then it can slide. It's pretty open to move all the way down to 4,400, and then we kind of run into support again from in the money calls. Lily Diabetes Jug Manjaru in short supply again. If someone is using elections as a thesis for their investments in the commodity space, whatever you do, don't mention the supply glut that is globally an issue. Ooh. Little bit of call closing on that last candle. Nice. Some 42.25s don't want to risk it. What happened to UPS? Dead? Cyclical. Looks like it's bouncing. What's wrong with UPS? They had a nice recovery. Workers are striking. Okay. But, I mean, the price isn't really super affected. It's only down, like... It's down less than, like, 1%. Is this, like, fresh news? Like, it's gonna start dropping? Or has this been news for a while? Fresh news. Alright, maybe it'll drop more. You might be able to scalp it. Risk it 177.50. Yeah, it looks like there's about $1 or $2 you can scalp there. Consolidation's bearish, so... That's not the main thesis. It's a factor in the decision-making process. That's fair. DoorDash will now deliver your packages. If you're going to set up an iron condor on SPX for next Friday, would a $200 gap between the puts and calls make you feel safe? Or is this weekend a bad time to do such a play? Weekends tend to always be a bad time to do iron condors. I would say that a reverse condor is probably better, right? Or inverse butterfly, right? Target the outer range and not the inner strikes. Also, Vol's rock bottom right now. Yeah, inverse flies are, yeah, better. VIX is really weak now. Gork, my lizard doesn't want to be up there all long weekend. I will say future sellers are trying. They're not making a lot of progress, but they're trying to sell off. Like we broke down from that consolidation. We got some sell volume. We retested resistance and failed it. It looks bearish. At least till we get our next bounce. God. Win bear song under gamma neutral. I've only got $200 to go. Maybe a short opportunity on JPY. Their drug Vyvanse patent runs out in August, so companies will be able to make a generic. It's about 4 times the cost of generic Adderall right now. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I don't fuck with pharma or biotech, but maybe worth it. At what point do we start considering that Donaldino Pumperino is in fact the greatest bull economist of a generation by massive printing and allowing yields to go to zero? Well, let's see how many crashes that causes first, right? B of A's Hartnett sees big US stock rally followed by big collapse. B of A is done selling. All right. I think UBS is done selling. They downgraded Apple. Is there crime on VIX? My puts are losing value with the SPY going lower. A little bit, yeah. They're criming it hard. Vyvanse isn't Adderall, though. I'm so pumped for that. It's not as good for pharma as it is for my wallet. My dude. VIX is going to be a tween here soon. It's running down real hard. Yeah. Lisdexamphetamine isn't the same as mixed amphetamine salts, ER. If downgrades are a signal that selling is finished, how much Nvidia do primes have to unload? UBS is done. JPM has been done. B of A done. Deutsche Bank done. Who's left? Wells and B of A. Credit Suisse is gone. HSBC, maybe. HSBC same like new Credit Suisse though. Well, no, UBS is new Credit Suisse. I really hope Wells gets taken out at this time. They're the worst. I hate B of A. I hope they crash. Nomura, MS Barclays, and that tiny family office of GS. Hoping SVX makes a little cliff jump off below 44.25. Well, futures found support again. So we'll see. 44.25. Same. Not a lot of out of the money call buying here. But calls are getting cheaper. Nomura's on the yen dollar arb trade though. They can absorb a lot of losses bankrolling degen banks in the US. True. Could make a little spot at the bottom of the screen to check off which banks are done. Just wait for the downgrades, right? They'll tell you when they're done. $43 436p for 623. 436p for 623. Hoping or not dead. Gonna take a big hit off Theta over the weekend. Anything spicy happened while I was away? We almost slipped 44.25. It'd be hilarious. BNY was the next bank to fail, seeing as they're the margin loan shark for the Robin Hoods of the world. I mean, just WeBull, right? I don't think BNY banks anyone or supports any of the other brokerages. I know Buffett sold his BNY. What was the weird Goldman forum, one of many from last night, that spoke of notes with a coupon attached if the price of Apple is greater than 81% initial index stock price? I didn't see it. If you had VIX calls for 16 expiring Wednesday AM, markets close Monday, you're down 50%, close and take losses, at least reposition, yeah. BNY's margin lender to Robinhood. I'm pretty sure Robinhood's self-clearing, aren't they? Also, who's their operational accounts? BNY was the largest unsecured bondholder of Bobby. GG, 1.18 billion. You think Fubo's out of steam for now? I was sweating my CCs a bit. I mean, it's going to be exposed to the index. I mean, Nasdaq's not doing very well today, right? So neither is Russell. Russell's down a bunch today. Fubo's pretty heavily correlated with like tech and R2K, so hmm. Out of the money call buying? No, not really. There's really no shorts to squeeze out here. They're just selling puts to slam VIX. Looks pretty consistent. Could you look if most of the Nvidia 450 and 500 calls expire today? Um, a lot of Nvidia calls expire today. I'm not sure about 450 and 500. There really aren't very many calls at 500 on Nvidia. Almost everything at the money is sold. There's a shitload of sold calls at 500 for 721. But I don't see a lot of long calls at those prices. Hmm. Interesting. No problem. Ooh. There's a big stack of 600s today. I don't know what the fuck. There's 34,000 of them. I think they're sold, but those expire today. Not 500s, but 600s. There's way more 600s. 34,000 of them? No, on Nvidia. Yeah, the OI for 500 today is like 12,000. 450 is 24,000. There's a shitload of sold puts at 400 that expire today. 30,000 of them. 600s on Nvidia. They expire today. 630 expiration on Nvidia has a interesting amount of 500s. But they all look sold. Those sold 600s have been on the chain for a long time. Oh, okay. No, not SPX. The AM expiry has already happened. Skew, moneyness. I mean, no one's buying 35,000 fucking 600s on Nvidia today, right? Gamma. I think I'll risk it and buy a first batch of Nvidia puts today and put a tight stop on them. Okay. I downsized my part voluntary, part not. So what now? Grind out CSPs, CCs until I have enough to play with again? That's always a good idea. Yeah, income strats are ideal until you have some capital to play around with. Fubo done being silly for a bit. Good call on the $2 CCs. I was too scared. Nice. Yeah, they're back. I'm taking the L on my 1.5 CC sold on Fubo expiring today. Do you think it has a chance to go back in that range in the near term? I mean, you could always roll them, right? You'll get a net credit. Are you a big fan of Avatar? The water one? I don't get it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, Last Airbender? Vix is getting absolutely fucking stomped today. I meant the blue people. I've seen the first one. They made a new Blue Man Group movie that is about them on a submarine. Like the Beatles? Nvidia doing weird shit. No, I know, but if they're Nvidia opening 721, 485 calls, 1.35 million in premium. So they pick up an extra 2 billion in market cap. Makes sense. VIX stomped, yet SPX no go up. I know. I see it too. Next week's going to be pretty interesting. Thoughts on June 30, VIX 15? Okay, not a lot of theta. Don't forget that we have a 3-day weekend. SPX tapping GM and VIX about to form a new 3-year low seems significant. I think the fact that VIX is rocketing down and SPX really isn't going up might also be kind of significant here. Yeah, Monday's a holiday. Futures are open half day though. Is this the wind getting pulled from their sails? Strategy no worky anymore? I think it's an attempt to keep the. I think their strategy's working fine. If the goal is to keep the 42.25s in the money until the end of today. You ever wonder why SPX has stopped trading and or appears frozen, and then you realized you switched to the 5 or 15 minute? Usually not. Maybe? I've never really thought about it. Did Greek say weekly puts at close? What? They're generating all this credit. Where the fuck is the money going? Out of the money calls are selling off right now. Net gamma for 0 DTs is negative. $5 treasuries? Alright. I don't think so. These are all the yields are rising today. Does anybody have live move? Poopy Pants, do you have live move? Or at least 15-minute delay on move? Ugh. What are your thoughts on the high points of Upstart? They haven't squeezed out enough shorts yet. They squeezed out some, but not all. And with the Fed targeting a 5.6 rate, those shorts will come back. You know what I'm most surprised with Upstart is they haven't gotten it on Reg Show yet. All of this still not on Reg Show. So I would say that the shorts are just biding their time. No, I don't need live move. Just buy the top of the yield curve, sell in 6 months to 1.5 years, and you're a god. I picked up some 10 years. I think the 10 year is going to be particularly attractive. I was feeling responsible this week. Although, it does give me quite a lot of margin. Upstart, I've been getting assigned on CCs like crazy. As long as it's profitable. You know I'm right. Every 50 to 70-year-old thinks that you have the spirit of Ronald Reagan in you when you do this with bonds. Ultimate trust bond. A while ago, you identified SPY September 360p as a Vega play. My broker shows Vega as 0.0082. That doesn't sound right. I can't identify anything different about this contract. Thanks for all your teachings. Well, I don't know what it's at right now based on when we last discussed it, which was, I think, a few weeks ago. But the Vega doesn't sound right on that. September 15, 360. Vega should be like 0.2 on it right now. It's much further out of the money than it was probably a couple weeks ago. But Vega shouldn't be 0.0008. That doesn't sound right. Vega on the equivalent SPX contract is 2. A 1.97, but still. It's 0.21? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. We're all gonna have a different value, but that's... I don't know why your broker's showing it at 0.008. That's not right. VIX looks interesting. Why is it crushing today? Well, I assume they're selling every put in the world for one last pump. I guess we'll find out if we see another $200 million buy on the call side this afternoon. 0.8 is the value that the contract went down today. Oh, there you go. Don't forget that the closer to the money those like Vega plays get, the higher Vega goes on them. Especially on SPX contracts. Greg, that's $8 down. How will I ever recover from this financially? Well, first off, you'd probably want VIX to go up. Futures broke out of the descending wedge. Although it may just get rejected here because it's not picking up any volume. I mean, they're really trying to do a pumpy, I think. Yeah, but like now's the time where they should buy 300 million in 0 DTEs, right? Slap 10 billion on the chain and make no money off it like yesterday. Jesus fucking Christ, man. So they're selling 23 to 30 DTE puts right now. I'm not seeing a lot of sold calls. So 23 to 30 DTE puts being sold to keep us at 44.30. Does someone just die if this goes down? Check DM. This is fucking so ridiculous, man. Every day. It's like a fucking actual clown show. 2023 updated TA pattern guide. All right, I'll show everyone. This is amazing. Here you go, guys. This is the new TA patterns for 2023. Oh, you forgot the head and shoulders, Dork. You've left one bearish signal on here. To be fair, this was a descending wedge, right? So, I mean, technically it was bullish. Oh, nice. I just saw your like that looks like a spaceship or awesome bird TA popcorn trader. Nice. Yeah, I just saw it. It's for your food stand. I just want to be a billionaire like Ryan Cohen, J Fresh. That seems like the easiest way to get there. Sometimes I wish I was a fucking idiot. That way I could become rich as shit for no reason other than being a Muppet. Sometimes it's the simplest ideas, Dork. There are a few patterns missing. Straight up breaks up higher. Straight down also breaks up. Yeah, there's no hard V. How close are those puts to the money that they're selling? Good question. Give me a second. I've got to find them first. They may not be on the like monthly expiration. I get the how of what's happening with zero DT options, but I don't understand the why. Can't go down. I mean that of all the motive, right, that we've witnessed over the last 2 weeks, can't go down seems like the most important one, right? Absolutely never down, no matter what. Because the entire chain underneath us Sold puts. Fucking the SPX is like if it drops, it's like set up to gamma squeeze down to fucking like 2000. So can't go down. Very important to not go down, only up. It looks like they're selling the fuck out of 4400. And they're kind of selling 4410 a bit too. For 24, 30, D to 23 to 30. Upstart hit 40 odds. I don't know. I've been buying calls every morning, but it doesn't look good. I have a stop on them. There's a lot of resistance at 40. Nobody's pulling back sold calls right now. Liquidity's fine, and I don't think there's a ton of pressure after that last bump on Nvidia. Keep an eye on Nvidia though. If Nvidia gets another crazy surge of buying, it could bump it up. Selling, it looks like they're selling puts at 4400. Is 0 DTE same as QE? Interesting. Maybe. I'm sure like the knock-on effect can simulate that a bit. Except there's no persistence in it, right? Like it doesn't like increase money supply or anything. And the leverage required to drive it creates so much fucking tail risk. With Adobe feeling some similar AI pumps like Nvidia, do you think Adobe is as overinflated as Nvidia? Um, I mean, I think their value's excessive, but no, not nearly as overinflated as Nvidia is. They are up like 50% year to date though. Their revenues are and margins are a lot better. That's kind of like Microsoft or Google. Like their balance sheets more support their current valuations. Nvidia's doesn't, right? Nvidia's year over year fucking returns are garbage. They lost like two major sectors of their business. Spy close to max pan? No. It's got to be above max pan. Hold on, I have to look. Those puts are selling 0 DTs? Are they building a wall for next week? No, they're not 0 DTs. I'm not sure what expiration they're on, but I mean, if they're driving VIX down, they're, 23 to 30 days out. What the fuck? The put call ratio on SPY for today is 4.97? Yeah, getting a value for today's max pan. You said SPY, right? $430, somewhere between like 438, 442. So yeah, I guess it's pretty close. Right in the middle. What's SPX? Max pain for SPX is at 41.45 and 43.25. For the AM expiration's 41.45. PM expiration's 43.25. Five times as many sold puts to bought calls. Jesus fucking Christ, man. SPX isn't nearly as bad. It was like 1.67 for the AM and 2.21 for now. Oh, let me check next Friday's expiration. 2.5. Max paid at 42.75. Yeah, that's a lot closer to gamma neutral. That's way off from SPX. SPX, the PM max pay-in's 43.25. And the AM expiration was 41.45. Those sold puts are so close. Basically, any downward trend equals blow up. What's the point of selling puts over buying calls? They use the credit to buy calls. It's synthetic. It's a synthetic long future. Well, sort of. That's the cheat code, yeah. I mean, as long as their 1 DTEs never collapse, right? So, like, yesterday they bought 44.25s for today, right? So as long as they can keep it above 44.25, then they can sell more 30 DTE puts and buy more 0 DTE calls and more 1 DTE calls, right? And then whatever level they buy the 1 DTE call at, they just have to keep it above that level into the next day. Yeah, the line's real thick. The pumping never stops. Well, at some point, someone's going to sell, right? And when they do, the entire options chain is all sold puts with further expirations than the call interest, right? I mean, a lot of it feels like very similar to 2020. Like when it ripped in 2020, but it wasn't as violent. We didn't have zero DTEs back then. So it was like it just wouldn't stop fucking going up. Um and like a lot of the sentiment was similar, right? Like, oh, we're in a bull market, everything's fine. COVID's not going to have an effect on the US, but like all the data that kept coming in kept getting worse and worse and worse. And the market just kept ripping. It was a fucking nightmare. So if Wall Street decides to all buy zero DTE puts, the market crashes. I mean, yeah. Sell calls, buy puts. Like everything under us on the options chain, they've peeled back so little risk, right? The risk is like that tail risk is just accumulating and accumulating and accumulating. And they've done nothing to like ease the positioning at all. When does the MM go? This is too much risk and rug pull. I mean, the MM should be delta neutral, so they shouldn't be overexposed to the risk. I think the problem for the MM here is like the Vega. Oh, you said Wall Street bets? No, Wall Street bets isn't going to affect anything. If Wall Street all buys zero DTE puts, yeah. Could someone with $10 billion crash the market by just buying zero DTE puts? I feel like they'd run into a lot of resistance. I mean, everyone's going to front run anything that big, right? You wouldn't see that kind of positioning unless there was already momentum. I mean, yesterday's big move was like 200 to 300 million, right? 10 billion would be fucking ridiculous. What if there's no intention to ease the tail risk? I mean, then eventually it'll collapse. I mean, the higher we go, the more incentivized people are to sell, right? Didn't the market run up similarly right before the COVID crash? Not as much, but yeah, like 18%. I could show you guys. It ran what it did was it ran like fucking crazy. before the COVID crash. Like this whole period. So from like October when the reports first started coming in, right? And then here in December was when like the first cases started to get reported in the US. Then more cases started to get reported in the US, and there was some like talk of lockdowns. Right? And then the lockdowns actually happened. And then it just fucking tanked, right? You just like after it was like right after OPEX. Or right at OPEX. And you just woke up and the next morning the market was down 200 BPS. By the end of the day it had dropped about 7%. And then it just kept rocketing down. There were some relief rallies, but yeah, from here in October to Feb, it went up 18.6%. But see, it wasn't as fucking crazy, right? This current one is fucking just like straight up. Like parabolic, almost. I just read an article that said yesterday was the highest SPX call volume in history, with 67% being 0 or 1 DTEs. Yeah, I know about the time of day most of that call volume came in. I've never seen anything like that. That was arguably the biggest single short dated position I've ever seen come in at once on SPX. Tons of 4450 and 4400p for 721. 4480p for 915 appear sold, just hit. Huh. So at the bid? Why isn't VIX going down? 721 should be. Well, 721's just out of the window. COVID was an external event that they had no control over. This time there's no external catalyst for a sell, isn't it? I mean, you have a catalyst baked in. Everything's overpriced. What I don't get is why would retail do this with 0 DTEs? Like, what gives? They're just cheeky. I mean, retail definitely bought a lot of 0 DTEs yesterday. I know I did, but definitely not that fucking many. Why did they let Bill Wang run the S&P 500? What's the best way to see aggregate options data on SPX? What data specifically? Like, you're looking for OI, IV, volume, gamma, delta, volume, and interest. You can get it. You can get the like full volume and open interest data from CBOE after market close every day for free. You're gonna have to put it in Excel or something. Otherwise, it's gonna be useless. But I almost guarantee 0 DTEs go away if the market crashes. They've served their purpose, right? But we didn't really see, like, in Jan and Feb, there was some zero DTE pumping, right? But it wasn't like this. It wasn't as crazy. It wasn't until after the bank failures that it really went fucking nuts. Gork, I'm tired. Take a nap. Okay. After seeing this data, did you buy more calls for today? No. I sold my calls this morning already for my straddle. I'm not gonna buy anything else today. Do you think at this point the MMs are incentivized to continue the pumps? The slippage and de-hedging the delta must be insane, right? I mean, the MM's neutral. They should be, right? The MM should just be, you know, always hedging back to their gamma neutral and delta neutral points. So, continued moves to the upside, you're working against the MM, right? Like we just brought up like max pain, right? And I don't like to use it, but max pain for SPX right now is at 43.25. Right? That's where the MM would rather be. And this morning they would have rather have been at 41.45. Yeah, largely hedge with futures. They hedge with the underlying also. I don't know if I've come to that realization, Malonzo. Thanks. Do you think at this point the MMs are incentivized? Where is Vana neutral? Oh, down at like, fuck. It's way out of the money. Like around like 3,500, 3,580. Jesus fucking Christ. Charm is so blown out. Negative 2 trillion in delta exposure. What the fuck? That's crazy. Are we going to 4450? Trying. I still don't see the call interest picking up a lot. So we might just fail 40-40 again. Put interest is picking up a little at 44.30 right now. They're definitely buying though. Net gamma is moving up. I don't know if they're gonna profit take early here. 4450 has interest. Hmm. Can't you calculate the risk as well as the rate it increases? Hmm. Maybe. We could maybe figure out like an approximation. I mean, obviously we don't know the exact positioning because it could be across multiple instruments. Pump's starting to fail a little bit here. Vana's at 44.55. No, it's not. What are your thoughts on heading into OPEX next week? OPEX is today. You mean the settlement? I think a lot of charm's gonna fall off. I think Vega exposure is picking up a lot on SPX. What's your thoughts heading into OPEX next week? Oh, I already answered that. Hmm. All the pump but nothing to squeeze? Is this gonna break down again? Calls are cheap enough. They could keep pumping. 4450 is selling off a little bit though. Was Necro fun at all? It looked kind of boring. I mean, it's like level 20, so it's It doesn't have all its abilities yet. But no, it felt kind of fucking boring. Most of the game feels kind of fucking boring. Why are my hedges profiting 5 to 10x than my puts? How is this sustainable? Because you keep making money? Because you can build a longer dated put position and then you hedge it with shorter dated calls, right? That way you're positioned for downside, but you capture near-term upside. No, 3DT is not long. Well, for you it is. Are you selling theta against your put position? Batty? 4 DT? I can keep going. The market maker is gonna sell, right? That's the significance of charm falling off. Unless positions come in to buoy that, then the market maker is gonna deleverage when they no longer need to carry that hedge. I haven't learned the selling theta part. That helps a lot. It's breaking down a little bit, but they can just buy more calls, right? So there's no telling if it's gonna completely break down or not. Not at this level, right? We're still above 42 or 44.25. So if they just buy a shitload more calls here, we're gonna go up. If they're just taking profits on the out of the money positioning, then we'll probably drop back to 44.25. But this is kind of like the exact fucking position we were in yesterday when they pumped the shit out of it, right? Like there's downside call support, there's upside call interest. If the upside call interest increases dramatically right here, then we're gonna bounce. What was the TGA balance at last night? Closing balance 134 billion. We're actually seeing a lot of liquidity being picked up all over the place right now. I think we saw the discount window get leaned on a little bit last couple days. 304 billion of treasuries issued yesterday after adding them all up. On the 8 and 4 week? There was only 2 auctions yesterday. The 8-week issued 55 billion. The 4-week 65. Are you talking about tendered? Okay, okay. Do you think they are? Is it all banks? I mean, given the amount of capital involved, I would say it's probably not hedge funds. And some of it's going to be like just traders, right? Futures traders, to a certain degree. They're definitely going to participate. But I don't know. I don't know any trading desk that's dropping 200 million on one trade. It's the Fed. They're a bank. The Fed's open market activities are pretty limited. VWAP is over a rolling period. Anchored is you choose the period. Usually VWAP's over like a 14-day rolling period. And then anchored VWAP's from wherever you set it forward. I usually use anchored VWAP in like longer term volume analysis. At the money puts being sold for 30 DTE plus. Does that mean this will persist for a few more weeks? Not necessarily. Not if they fucking use all the credit pumping the market today, right? Could the banks failing have been a signal for institutions to pump and unload their bags? That's what I think. I think the bank failures triggered a risk off, and we're seeing the effects of that. A flourish of prop yesterday, and they know of 30 days out. A pouring of volume. The problems are solved then, and then we can get out. Thanks, Delfer Lunderbus. Was 0DT, 1DT laddering up, approaching being used the last couple of months? Is what they're doing visible on charts such that we can capitalize on it, or only via flow data that you pay for? I mean, some days you don't get a chance to capitalize on it, right? Here's the problem: is we hit this part of the day, right, where calls are cheap and they're positioned well, and some days they buy a shitload of calls and it pumps. Some days they just take profits on the calls they already have and it drops. Knowing which of the two decisions they're going to make at this point is difficult. You can straddle it, which is what I've been doing. But it makes selling options very risky. It makes directional positions very risky. So there's not a lot that you can do to profit off of it. I mean, the Fed does do some of their purchasing from the Treasury. I mean, there's always some there's always some purchasing going on. The Fed's not trying to add to its balance sheet, but I mean, they're always adding to their balance sheet, right? So quantitative tightening is kind of the effect of a reduction in the balance sheet against the constant additive nature of it. How are long dated puts on SPX? I mean, there's a lot of puts on the chain. Determining how many of them are sold outside of the smile is very difficult. But there are huge swaths of Gamma's breaking down again, by the way. It looks like they're selling the 4450s. Maybe the 4445s. Careful though, because that happened yesterday and then they bought a shitload more of them on the drop. Leverage. They're selling puts. That's where the money comes from. Yeah, they just keep selling the puts higher and higher and higher. And they get less and less realized effect from it. What's your prediction for the next month? You think we will see 4,500 or 4,300 first? I think we might see this breakdown next week. I mean, there's 50 billion in charm exposure that's falling off. There's 1.9 trillion in delta exposure on the market maker, a lot of which expires today, right? 2.2 trillion in exposure expiring today. Every fucking OPEX bigger than the last. Net inflows into derivatives are like 50x inflows into equities. How many times do I have to tell you, you can't sell options? Yes, you can. No foreseeable negative news. The negative news already exists. Low Q2 earnings, analyst earnings expectations, they're elevated. Analyst earnings expectations for quarter two are up because everyone moved up their forward guidance in order to get the pump in quarter one. Analysts aren't going to come in under the expected guidance of Apple or Microsoft or Google. Hasn't massive put selling been present every time before a deep market correction? Yes. But it's also a symptom of a bull market. So, I mean, one of those is right. Hey Greg, I've been out all day, so not sure if you discussed this already. Do you think the margin haircut that happened last month has it had an effect on the need to sell for SLD, or too soon to say? I mean, we only have one data point since the margin haircut, and that SLD was flat. This SLD is not over. If we just rip back down to 44.25, that'd be cool. Well, it looks like a bunch of the 44.50, 44.40 positioning sold off here. Um, so we're kind of just back at neutral again. I mean, 44.25 still support. They're not, well, sold puts aren't unlimited losses. They're actually limited. Sold calls are unlimited losses. Doesn't that only increase the effective velocity of the correction if all the puts sold start going in the money? Yes. And other assets are sold to cover and buy them back. Very much so. They're also farther dated, which means they have more Vega exposure. $50 billion's SPX. Are you adjusting for skew or no? Yeah, 55.201. Nah, I'm poor. Vega is just the start of vegetable. I don't think they're selling calls. I think they're rolling them. It looks like they're selling them. Bullish bear flag? Probably. I'm like a market maker, buying and selling options to stay delta neutral. Why do I keep selling bear spreads? I don't know. Are you not selling bull put spreads? It seemed like a good opportunity this morning with 44.25 stacked to the fucking tits. I have Nvidia 435, 440, SPX 440, 445, both expiring today. Can't you? You can close the SPX ones right now. Profitably. And if this breaks back down to 44.25, you can close the Nvidia ones too. Are you just carrying everything into expiration to realize all of the potential risk? I opened them a few days ago. They're still underwater. Oh. Those Nvidia ones are tricky. Can you roll them? I sold 450, 465s for today. I sold them yesterday. I felt very smart. We're more worried about SPX. Well, most of the 4050 4450 position just broke down, so as long as we don't get another massive surge of fucking call buying at 230, you're okay. Although if we do get another massive surge of call buying and we tap 44.50 again. It's still gamma max. Like yesterday, they didn't even get the 44.40s in the money. And they were a lot better positioned yesterday for a pump than they are today. Yesterday they had the 4400s that they could squeeze out. They had all that charm working for them. Now a lot of that charm's gone, right? Because AM expiration already happened. If they're all zero DTs, I mean, yeah. You know what was interesting about that pump? They didn't buy like a single fucking call above 44.50. Like they just bought everything at Gamma Max, like up to Gamma Max and nothing above it. Okay, so for SPX, yeah, a lot of charm. 25 billion for puts, 3.5 billion for calls. I think that's without the SPXW contracts. So another like 23 on those. Twenty 27 on those. Spies, did you see the fucking PC ratio on Spy? It's almost 5.0. There was a new insane call buying spree. Yesterday's call buying spree was far more advantageous. They had sold calls they could squeeze out. They don't really have that today. I mean they do, but they're way the fuck out of the money. Um and they bought the calls when that position started to capitulate. Has the options chain changed at all? 44.40 and 44.50 calls dropped off on the last peak. They're down by about half now from where they were. 44.25 is still a brick wall. 5x as many puts as calls. Algernon's Hot Pockets. Curse the lunch hour for buying as of this past while. Also, catfish and catsup. Thanks, Algernon's Hot Pockets. Vix just got murked. I see. Most of these puts are sold, I assume. Yes. Also, Bruce Wayne, if you don't know what put call ratio is, should you be trading options? You need to read options as a strategic investment. You've been caught. Read the book. It's not a doorstop. It's not for bludgeoning your enemies. World boss in 5 minutes on fractured peaks. Hurry and hop on. Absolutely not. No, I didn't see the new TFT set. Is it cool? I'm using it to stop bullets. That book is a lifesaver. Why are you getting shot at so much? Pretty cool. Added a lot of new mechanics. I use my options as a strategic investment book to hold my human scale monitor to my desk. I use my copy of the book as a pool raft. Uh, you know, just a firm grasp of the fundamentals and basics before you throw real money at the market, guys. I know it's crazy, but it just might work. I live in Portland. The city is on fire, and there are grannies rioting in the streets daily. Fair enough. I tried to buy the book, but I got bored. uh, you can use it in lieu of an emergency brake if you park on a steep hill. Does being a zillionaire count as in-depth market analysis? No. You can't pay to be better at trading. I bought the book used because I'm cheap. Okay. And got one that was signed by the author. Cool. Yeah, you can. God damn it. You can't if you have 100 billion. You just sell puts and buy zero DT calls. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. I can't help but think this has another crank in it left today. Well, let's hope for the sake of JFresh's margin call that it doesn't. His future X margin call. You gotta stop selling Theta on SPX, man. According to my options application at Fidelity, I'm an experienced options trader with 100 years of experience and 10 million in liquid assets. Congratulations. Are you telling me that the IBKR battle pass for this season that I bought doesn't do anything? Girk, wait a sec. Are you making a case for starting a hedge fund and we can give you our money? How many of you are qualified investors? Like four? After this market run, like two? I don't want to manage an ETF. That sounds boring as fuck. So if all the sold puts are all at high strikes, like 4,400, 4,410, 20 DTE out, does that mean it's harder to even drop below? No. It's the more there are, the faster a drop can occur. Those if we drop, those squeeze. Right? The same way we've blown up all the sold call positions to the upside, right? That can happen on the downside, except much faster. Remember that when the market starts dropping like that, the market maker starts selling into the falling prices, right? Because they've sold all those options to the market maker. So the market maker has to not only sell to maintain delta exposure, but they have to sell to maintain vega, like keep their vega neutral. And those contracts have shitloads of vega exposure. So when you're going up, right, the market maker's selling into the rising prices, right, which makes continued upside harder and harder and harder the higher you go, right? So you have an effect of diminishing returns. The downside doesn't have that. That's why like when you read about like the statistics of like profitability in bearish versus bullish positions, bearish positions are more profitable. They're just less likely to be profitable because everything in the market is always trending towards the upside, right? The flow of capital is in, right? And so bullish positions have a higher success rate, bearish positions have higher realized profitability because fear begets fear. Say it louder for those in the back. Bearish positions are more profitable. All right, Gaff. How much money did you make on Kava yesterday? Because I didn't do bad. I took a small position. But don't tell me you were bearish on Kava. At least not yet. Not until the options chain opens. Are you allowed to talk about Kava? Or do you have controlling interest? I can neither confirm or deny any positions that may or may not be taken. All right. There's got to be at least a baker's dozen qualified investors among pigeon whales and billionaires. You just need an income of 200K, 300K if married. Do people not have jobs? I don't want to. I don't want to be accountable for your guys' fucking portfolios. This is why I don't want to start a hedge fund. It's not because I couldn't make money on it or it would be bad. It's because I don't want to talk to investors about their shit. I do realize that I currently do it for no profit, but it's worse when it's part of your job, right? You actually have to answer to them. You have to be like, oh, this is why your position is down, and this is what we're doing to correct that. And don't worry, Doctor So and So. It's okay that the position moved down 1% today. Call us back tomorrow. No, no. Just make Dork talk to them. He doesn't want to do it either. He thinks he would be okay with it, but maybe I can get like one of those things that Burry has where his investors aren't allowed to contact him except like once a year as like part of the agreement. Can I have a trading desk selling bear spreads? If you stop selling so much theta on SPX, sure. Imagine the management fees you could charge us. I like managing my money. I don't want to manage other people's. Oh, and then you have to manage risk. Gross. I mean, all of you need to learn to manage risk a little bit, but I don't want to manage other people's risk. Then I can't 30% port into SPX puts with 30 DTE. Today I learned that buying Pontiff is just buying into the hedge fund. Shh. What if we cannot ask contractually cannot ask you anything? We just receive a check. Hmm. Interesting. Well, that's what I was talking about. Like, that's what Burry kind of has. That's why he has no investors. You think Burry tweeted sell and then just bought all the regional banks? That's what I think he did. My audio might be out of sync a little bit. I'm running way too much shit in TradingView. Welcome to Pickle Financial. Now shut the fuck up and give us your money. I mean, theoretically, if you could do that for 2 to 5 years, right? And as long as you produce results in excess of the S&P's forward returns, right? I mean, after that point, no one's going to argue with that. Investing in Rentech's not a lot different. They're not really disclosing a lot to their investors. Did you update Pickles Picks after Wednesday? No. I just noted that there was a shitload of charm yesterday. I haven't really entered any positions on anything else this week. Just make it so investors can only contact you through $100 member super chats. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. There's actually rules and regulations. That'd be awesome, but no. You cannot charge your investors for correspondence. You create a fiduciary duty. If you don't like the investor, have the booty loop desk trader trade their investments. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't let Popcorn Trader in the front door of any hedge fund that I ran. Everyone needs to calm down. I'm not managing your fucking money. Stop losing it. Rumor has it that if you want to break rules and tell regulators to kick rocks, you go into the financial industry. No, it doesn't work that way. There's got to be a legal workaround. What if instead of calling us investors, what about sheep? Maybe we'll take the cult angle and go for like a non-profit fund, like the Mormons. The Mormons have one of those, right? I was like, oh, this $50 billion we invest. This is for the church. Church ETF. Can I be a well-paid receptionist in the hedge fund instead? Should have loftier goals for yourself, Jen Jen. Don't call it an investment. Call it an opportunity or whatever crypto bros are doing. Isn't that? Yeah, but crypto's not like deemed a security, right? That's how they got away with that. The trick is to stick your investor communication behind an NFT token, make them pay for access as a future investment, then exclusively sell it through your centralized exchange. uh, Finally, a case for revenues for GameStop. Is DVN the greatest stock of all time? No. Just a stock. What did you? You getting ready to get your dividend? 72 cents a share per quarter. Whew. Why are you lying? If I work there, I'll continue to hear all the info and I'll manage my own until I can become a partner. That lofty? Okay, all right. I like the ambition. Don't insult Gaff like that. Yeah, Gaff would have given us future guidance if he was the CEO of GameStop. Gaff, what's the inside scoop? Who's in the running? Is GameStop just going to be RC's personal ego fleshlight, or is he going to hire an actual CEO? I want to thank the guy who let us know he had to sell out of his puts yesterday. I use that as a signal to buy puts. I'm up 10% already. I'm going to sell and rebuy after Composite Man pumps end of day. I actually think the call positioning is breaking down into the end of the day. Charm is a bitch right now. Look at you, J Fresh. Now can you close the fucking spreads? Careful, it's a Q. Wouldn't you have an obligation to act on the best interests of the investor? Which could be inaction by not talking to them. People are so flighty with their money. It's really awful. Yeah, I'm break even. Nice. Just don't get caught in the middle of your fucking spread on Nvidia, because you'll get fucking destroyed if they exercise. At least buy like an out of the money put, right? So you can fucking so you can exercise the put if you get assigned on Nvidia shares. But really, you should try to close them before expiration. I'm hedged on Nvidia. I can buy the sold call back. Okay, just just make sure that if you're buying it back, you do it before the end of the day. That's one of those weird cases where you do not want to hold that spread into close, because if you land in the middle of your spread and you get exercised, you're big fucked. Wait, options expire only when you're losing on them. Is if his game is leaning heavily into the only real customer base GME has left, the thousands over leveraged by his and their bullshit, then he's smart enough to know people want him to stay in charge, but he has to balance it with the reality that his company is fucking doomed without serious market upheaval. So I think the TLDR is him until he needs another scapegoat, which was all Furlong was. Yeah, I figured as much. I can't wait for the next earnings meeting and his next speech about rolling up his sleeves. RC should just sell easy. If he announces a sale, he'll get out at a lower price than he got in. Yeah, he's cornered. His legacy will be ruined. True. Is the Vox gonna double bottom today and bounce, or VIX, or just going to just flush? Good question. I could go lower. VIX doesn't give a fuck what the market's doing. RC lives rent free in 90% of the chat. No, there is a real and visceral cost to the rent of RC space in my head. It's not rent free at all. It's pretty expensive. Nvidia rocket down. Might fail. Might fail. VWAP? Maybe. Do you have any tips for selling bear call spreads on SPX? Aside from don't sell too much theta. Although curious to know what you consider too much theta for selling SPX bear call spreads. Right now, when realized volatility is very high and VIX is very low, I would say no more than, I haven't been selling anything that's more than like 0 or 1 DTE, unless it's like 2 standard deviations out of the money. And even with that shit, I'm kind of skittish. RC Cola is amazing. Hashtag not my chairman. Look at the 0DTE call chain on Nvidia. I'm not the only one in my situation. I know you're not. It's like all sold. Like all the strikes in the money are sold. I got a VIX call and it started dumping, but my call went up in value. Why? I don't know. Did IV spike on your call? It depends on how close to the money you are, right? I would imagine your delta exposure is low. Your extrinsic value might have gone up. How wrecked are the sold puts if we break the 44.25 calls? The ones I've been selling today, not in a good spot. Ooh. Charmander. Charmander breathes red fire. Let's go. I need to make a cartoon character for the stream called Charmander. His tail is also fat. Can you make a Charmadillo? Hmm. Only Charizard does fire breathing? I don't know that much about Pokemon anymore. Wait, no, that's not true. Charmander had Ember. And Charmeleon has the... He can do the fires. Like... Ember's just throwing fire? But not out of his mouth? If I got a green straw, you just wouldn't see the straw. You wouldn't see the water move up the straw. Cubone is just Charmanders with dead Charizard moms. Okay. Look it up. There's a lore there. I don't want to. Alternate theory is Cubone or orphaned baby Kangaskhan. It's fucking dark. You know, if all the animals in the Pokemon universe are Pokemon, right? Like all the fauna, then and flora, then what the fuck do they eat? They eat them? Okay. That's what I thought. I think that's not discussed nearly enough. They're explicitly non-Pokemon flora. Fauna is ambiguous. The anime referenced them earlier one, but stopped. Yeah, because they realized that they'd be eating all the Pokemon. Would you eat a Magikarp sushi roll? Gyarados. A lot of meat on Snorlax. We haven't been talking about Pokemon for 10 minutes. Evolve your food before you eat it, bro. Is Venusaurus salad? Uh, what's not discussed nearly enough is that Ash Ketchum is 40 years old, severely stunted growth from lack of eating Pokemon, and his Pikachu is at least level 1000, and he's only won one trophy. Too much Pokemon talk in my Toyota stream. At least for keeping it regionally appropriate. Are the 4425s pulling out here? They're not. What's not discussed enough is that Dragonite was 40 feet tall in the show, but then also like 6 feet tall later. He's a grower, not a shower. If you had 500,000 cash, which you had to spend on a house, and you wanted to live in a rural area, where would you go? I'm thinking Oregon, maybe Western Montana. Ugh. Um, at least move somewhere where there's a city within driving distance. Huntsville, Alabama. Go to Panama, Puerto Rico. Can I run the zero GTs out of the money desk? No. You think Tesla will break down from these levels into end of day? Hmm. Hmm. Possibly. Maybe not a lot, though. A little bit of resistance, 80 cents below. Then a little bit more. Yeah, you don't, I mean, maybe not a lot of range on that. Not unless there's a big sell off. Best suburb, driving distance to New York City. I don't know. Westchester is probably easiest to get into the city from. Or Long Island. Mine? It's you live in Jersey. What do you You have to get on like the path. Gross. And if you live in the suburbs of Jersey, you don't live anywhere near the city. Unless you're up like, what, 9W? North Jersey? I'm not sure how much of a nerd you are, but imagine it's your 11th birthday. You go downstairs, and on your table, would you rather A, a Pokedex, B, acceptance letter to Hogwarts? Hogwarts offered a wide and varied curriculum. Question was best suburb in driving distance. Not my fault my distant suburb is the nicest one close to New York City. Why would you want to be a Pokemon trainer if you could be a fucking wizard? Like, doesn't even make sense. Although, you know, in the world of Pokemon, I guess Team Rocket is like the worst that criminals get. Hmm. You know, now that I think outside of, I'm trying to think a little bit outside the box here, but societally, the Pokemon world is ideal. No one pays any money for anything, right? There's no crime, you know, except for ridiculous shit. I've never been to a poke shop. Yeah, but you find that money in like bushes, right? And under rocks. Fucking. Arguably, nobody should be paying for money in the wizarding world either. Also, Team Rocket was just a full blown criminal organization. No crime. Well, everybody in the wizarding world's like a big Nepo baby, right? They've all got like fat bank accounts locked up at Gringotts from the last 50 generations of wizards that, you know, got their gold from somewhere. Just made it, I assume. Imagine just making gold and then earning interest on it for generations on end. Stole it from goblins. Yeah, there's some. It's a little more subtextual, but there's some stuff going on there. Is this a problem? This world sounds exclusively perfect for me. They could literally end poverty overnight if they wanted, and they don't. Yeah. Harry Potter wealth hacks. There are other rich families, but not all the kids were wealthy. And their parents just sucked at being wizards, right? Harry Potter, Rothschild, Medici. We could end poverty overnight, and we don't. This is largely true. Oh my god, JFresh, look what's happening. Charmadillo. Is that the TA pattern? Is this the only bearish pattern in the market? I'm glad I stopped in for the Charmadillo. He's digging his nest. Uh, I hope the market just crashes on Monday and I can take the day off. Tuesday? Both. Ooh. How much do you think futures hedging versus controlling? It depends. There's definitely periods in the day where the actions that are taken on futures are more important. Like when we hit resistance here, right? At 44.25 in a second. Well, we're basically at it. Right now, because call positioning is so strong at 44.25, the actions on the future, like if no call buying's coming in, then the actions on futures matter a lot, right? Like if futures continues to sell off here, then they have to buy more calls at the money to stabilize the price action. Right. And if they can't buy enough calls at the money to stabilize price action, then it'll start to slip and the market maker will start to deleverage their massive call position, right? So there are points in the day where futures matter more as far as like what's going to happen. So I mean it's good to keep an eye on them. There's definitely periods where like breakouts on futures and like consolidation on futures matters a lot and relative to what SPX is going to do. And there could be movement on futures that's completely counterintuitive to the like options interest we're seeing on SPX. Like remember a few weeks ago when we kept testing like 4190 and it kept getting rejected super fucking hard, like 80 BPS. That was just like future sellers taking profits, right? Or shorts coming in at like 4190 because they were defended by the collar. But like the options interest on SPX every time that happened just got blown up. All major U.S. financial markets will be closed on Monday, June 19th, in observance of Charmadillo's nap time. Still no selling at 44.25. Nope. Actually, some call buying over the last couple of minutes. Can you give the signal to BlackRock and friends that it's market crash time? Sure. Alright, I did it. I hope they saw. I'm gonna hear some I told you so's from permabulls over the weekend. Permabulls are always bullish. But they disappear when the candles turn red, so you generally don't have to deal with them unless they're 4450s, 0 DTEs today go in the money, right? We all know what they bought. We know they're not winning. Some of us sold them those calls. When we dump, will you ban or ignore everyone who trolled about being bullish? No, I'll just lose respect for them. It's time to euthanize the Charmadillo. No, never. He's my friend. You had respect for them? No. You took the Charmadillo off the screen. He's still there. What's Charmadillo's ultimate move? Charmageddon. Besides the quants, do you actually have any respect for anyone in the pickle jar? Yeah, I do. There's a lot of people in the pickle jar that don't whine and bitch and moan, and they just take what they learn and they apply it, and they try to slowly make more money with it. They're usually pretty successful at it. Then there's gamblers who want to blame everybody for them but themselves for gambling on shit. Um, there's gamblers that don't do that, like Popcorn Trader, or slowly lose more money. Yep, that can happen too. Does that mean you're gonna have to unban walk-in? Yeah, it does. What is this magic? Slowly lose more money? Well, at least you've slowed it down. That's a step in the right direction. Your port like GameStop. Someday it'll be profitable. Some days it's less like making money and more like losing money in reverse. You don't ever have to unban walk-in. I'm gonna keep my word. I just realized that when selling spreads, the max return on risk is less than the stated probability to close out of the money. Is this the equivalent of a market maker's house edge? Basically, yeah. That's not always true though. There are moments where you may find strikes where that is not true. And you can take advantage of that because it will eventually be true. Don't worry, they'll do something to get banned again afterwards. Yeah, walk-in? Absolutely. Losing money must be part of the game, since there's always a counterparty. I just hope I'm not always the greater fool. I think people just need to build up income, and then they can blow the income and not feel so bad about it. And then over time they'll be like, "Wow, I'm really tired of blowing up all that income." And what they'll do is they'll invest more money into slow, steady gains. They may not be fun, but they're great. Is there a pickles pick besides HBM, like long holds, that hasn't succeeded? I don't think so. HBM's just still flat, but like non-options plays. You know, the core fund. Where do I find this core nub fund? It's the pickles picks no one talks about. Is there a list of those all compiled somewhere? Yeah. Since listening to you, I've gone from average net losses to a small average net gain on my trades. Thanks. Nice, dude. Why has TDA doubled all expirations? Example, August 18th has strikes only between 45.45 and 5700. What? Do you have the whole chain open? Are you talking about like the AM and PM expiration, like the AM and the weekly expirations? I have no funds. I'm still gambling. I'm waiting for my frontal lobe to finish developing before I switch to income strategies, I swear. Oh, Gamma's falling off again. But calls are getting cheaper. Cheaper and cheaper. We're still above 42.25 or 44.25. Well, actually, both of those statements are true. New strikes only between four. Oh, okay. That's weird. I don't know. I don't have TDA. Looking forward to you doing income strats on WeBull. I think it's a good thing to do. Right? Show people that you can make gambling money and then gamble with the money. And then if you win on gambling with the money, then you can grow the amount of income you make. Right? I know it's a lot to compounding gains, what a bitch. But it it just might be the answer. Why do that instead of just transferring in more money? Oh, Jesus Christ. Because Popcorn Trader, you know what? I don't I don't ever want to hamper you doing what you do. One day I think you're going to end up about break even. Nothing you do or say will impact me. Revert to mean, I mean, mean reversion to mean, I mean, they know we don't know it. Ham banana? Yeah. I don't know. I'm waiting for the fucking turn the margin on this account. Apparently, it takes them 14 fucking days. I have another like small throwaway margin account that I never use, but here's the problem with that one. It's boring to look at. It's just like a box. Ah, the old pork sickle. No, it's not IBKR. Charmadillo. Nice, Funkle Bruce. You found the perfect emoji to represent it. It's hard to increase the old core position with valuations this high. Really? You're just looking at the wrong thing. There's always value somewhere. What's a realistic every week income percent you can expect from those strategies? 10-ish a week? I feel like you'd be taking on a pretty decent amount of risk aiming for 10% a week right off the bat. But it can be done. You could do, I mean, you could do better than that. But you run some risk of blowing up your account. If you're really taking the risk off the table entirely, I mean, you're going to have a hard time beating like 2 to 4% a week. I hope one day my 4,300 September puts will be valuable. Me too. Both yours and my own July 21st 4,300s. Let's all squeeze on out on this glorious day. Now, fuck your 4550s or 4450s or whatever fucking ridiculous call you bought. I hope it dies. Why do you need a WeBull account? Monday stream. Oh, yeah, member stream on Monday. Definitely. Calls are pulling out a little bit in the money ones. 4420s are. Crushed beneath the immeasurable weight of Charmadillo. 21K volume, 721, 4300p today. AM expiration. Why did you retract it? Sorry, 4400p. Oh, okay. No Sunday stream because futures will be open. So it's better to do it on Monday, right? It's always, I mean, it's always better to do analysis. I mean, that's why Pickles picks come out so late. It's not because I'm lazy. They come out late because I want to see what's going on in foreign markets and shit overnight, right? It improves. The more information you have, the more accurate your analysis, right? When you grow an account to 25K, do you still have to apply for day trading status?
No, not if you're already on a margin account. You shouldn't have to. Oh God, am I gonna? If here's the question: do I start it above 25 or under 25? I don't want to deal with PDT. Ugh, gross. It's because you're not lazy. Well, about some things. $50. I don't know if I could do it. That's tough. All major U.S. financial markets will be closed Monday 19th in observance of Juneteenth National Independence Day holiday. In case chat forgot. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. I appreciate it. Where's Mike sells CCs? How's he doing? Still selling CCs? Did everyone get that? The markets are closed on Monday. What about the minor markets? Some open? Can you start with more than 25, but just use 10 so you don't need to deal with PDT? I don't know. I kind of want the challenge. It's gross, but it's harder. Hey man, I just want to let the chat know I'm close to getting my sister's stream set up, but due to the content, it's got to go on Pornhub. I'll get you the deets as soon as I'm able. All right, cool. I just stopped in to remind you the markets will be closed Monday. I guess I'm not needed. No, no, you are. It's good to repeat it. He got assigned. He's just Mike now. Rolled and reposition my spy puts and gains I made this week. I hope now my September 15, 430p and 430p, Jan 19, 350 and 320p will be positioned okay. 430 and 430? 350, 320. All right. I feel like one of those numbers is wrong, but good job repositioning. Legosaurus? Plastic breeze through your system. Anything else I can do? What? I don't even know what to make of that one. Ooh, big sell. They're having a hard time holding. I mean, they've got to either buy calls here or just let it go, right? Because they're losing their edge. I'm gonna zero DT straddle this motherfucker. Strangle? Strangle. They're gonna do something. Currently, it's not buying calls. Currently, it's selling out of the money calls. If 425, 430. Oh, okay. I mean, one of those is already in the money, right? Or no, it's not. Sorry. What's SP? What's SPY trading at right now? 440? $441. Someone spent $3 to say that. Yep. Can you tell Charmadillo to look straight down at the ground? That's not how this works. Here in New Jersey, we put a ban on plastic straws. At McDonald's, we used to have plastic straws and paper cups. Now we have paper straws with plastic cups. What gives? I fucking hate paper straws. They taste awful. I like the Starbucks compostable ones they have. Every restaurant should buy those from Starbucks. What happened to all the sass from Pigeon Wheels? What was that? Oh. I have a bit of margin left over for options to harvest theta over the weekend. Are there any good moves? I mean, probably. Charmadillo is so cute. Nice roundabout way of trying to ask me what to do with your money, Robin your hood. I like it. It was a different approach. Or just lids without straws. Yeah, those are okay. Sometimes you just want to suck on something, though, you know? Rice and beans. Any chance Charmadillo turns around and takes a dump? Unhireable. I know. You know, I thought about it once. What would my advice sound like if I had a yearly investor conference like Warren Buffett? And then I decided it's probably best to not have that, right? Because then, you know, if I were to be as successful as him over time, there would be quotes from me like, "Stop losing your fucking money, you idiot," or you know, I just don't have the same tact that he does. Charmadillo's head forming. Yep. Yep. Psalm 130, Gherkin in an investor meeting. I'm on a support call. I can't listen, but check DM. I know. I was there when it first started. Pathetic. Okay, so what are they going to do here? They buy more 44.25, 44.20s, or just give up? Is Mr. Charmadillo bullish? No. Charmadillo is not bullish. Charmadillo's portfolio consists of only defensive stocks. When the market scares him, he rolls into a ball. Can you put Charmadillo on your merch store? I don't have a merch store. Bad Charmadillo, very bad. Shoo shoo go. Nope. Defensive stocks like Lockheed Martin. I mean, yes, but defense isn't really that defensive. Girk, they're trying to stop me out. I know how you feel. Don't put Guybrush on or we're going to 5K. Charmadillo and Dork are the majority owners of Tootsie Roll. Sometimes I think that's actually Dork's dream, especially because he can't listen in right now. I can tell everybody. I think one day he would love to be a board member of Tootsie Roll. Would a $1 spread got 0 DTA on SPY be a reasonable position to get into going into end of day? Okay, but with vol so low, why? It's hard to set up an income port with $100. No, it's not. You just have to find a $1 stock that you can sell CSPs on. That's almost a Fubo CSP. Yeah, the yields on those are like 10% a couple weeks ago. I just want to stop into the stream to remind everyone that markets will be closed on Monday, June 19th, 2023, in observance of Juneteenth Day. Thanks, Warren Buffett's Egg McMuffin. We were just talking about you. Where's Rug Pullopotamus? Nope, they bought more 44.25s. If we get a major drop next week, is it safe to say the impact of SLD has been pushed out 1 week? I think it depends when the drop occurs. Is it going to happen in pre-market on Tuesday? In which case, no, right in line with expectations. Have you considered this, that in a risk off, there may not be a lot of extended margin left? If longs are recalling shares, right, and margins getting pulled back by primes de-risking, then, right? Or what if after the haircut, everything they used for margin just went to a different country? There's no liquidity to deposit. Isn't margin at all-time highs? No, I don't think so. I mean, it's always at all-time highs, quarter over quarter, technically. But I mean, it's not like it rocketed up or anything. And the last information on it's quarter four of last year. Guybrush is a perma bear. Don't tell JC that. When do you take your off your shirt? SPX 4050? Roughly, depending on theta decay. Whatever happened to the swaps website that just stopped posting swaps data? They stopped posting swaps data. I scalped some puts today, but it wasn't great. Fair enough. SPY 4.8 billion singular dark pool print earlier today. Jesus, someone wants to get out. You know, it's really hard to sell trillions of dollars worth of shit billions of dollars at a time. Ooh. The call buying collapsed again. Charm too strong. Get fucked, bulls. No, they're gonna buy more calls. Or they're not. Ooh. The zero D2E straddle was a phenomenal idea. I love myself. Hmm. Put volume going up. Did you talk about the 3, 4, 5 billion dark pool prints there have been lately on SPY? Siri just mentioned it. Is Charmadillo a Charmadillionaire? He will be if this goes to 4410 by the end of the day. Imagine if we could start the weekend with a drop under 4400 and the short puts get squeezed. There's only an hour though. Hmm. 5-year T-bills are close to prior highs. Thanks, hang tight. Isn't isn't it also the theta dillo? Well, charm's part of well, sure. Okay, fine. I propose that D Vega D Time be renamed to Vegeta. Vegeta. No, maybe not. I take it back. Can someone just crash the market by 100 points and trigger a 1,500 points crash? That'd be awesome. Charmadillo is my spirit animal. Uh, I don't have a merch store, Theta Decaying Corpse. Although, if SPX doesn't go under 4,250 by July 21st, then I might open one. If you did have a merch store, would seeing someone on the street in a VWAP hat be cringe or fill you with pride? I don't know. I think someone in here saw me once. I threw a hot dog at you? That was you? It was me? I saw you? Shh. Seven days isn't enough, Theta, for over the weekend. 3-day weekend. It was me. I was camping the eggplant stand at the farmer's market. I don't go to farmer's markets. Get your girl to wear very boots shorts? VWAP? What? I was cutting cables outside your window a couple weeks ago. June 30th? June 30 really isn't even enough Theta for the weekend. Yeah, I mean, it's okay, but with a 3-day weekend, it's rough. Need a big move on Tuesday. I mean, I'd have to contact JPOW and find out if it's okay to use his likeness. But, I mean, if he gives me the approval, then yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's right. I have to eat protein. Hold on. I'll be right back. I didn't die. No, I have to go buy some whey protein or casein. Both. I don't know. They have like little protein snacks. The bulls are not ready to go quietly into the night. Why do you need more protein? I don't know. Not getting enough protein. Have you tried eating more animal? That's what I'm doing. Have you ever met another centaur? Not in the wild. I'm not a centaur. Fuck yeah, poop lord. That's awesome. Quit making the job market hot. Why do you need more protein? No, the chips aren't protein. These are. I just need something to break up the monotony of them. Like a protein powder, like a protein powder batter. Are shrimp chips made out of shrimp, or are they just flavored with shrimp? SPX to 4,600 next week. Well, maybe they just lose all their money today. How about that? I got salmon chips because I love salmon skin hand rolls. Nope, not the same. Huh. Man, they just keep buying more and more and more 44.25s. Give the fuck up. I know it's not working, and I love it. I wonder if being a bear is turning me into a bear. I already have the beard. I hope not. I'm getting immense sexual pleasure from watching these calls die out of the money. That's a Warren Buffett quote right there. Huh. Uh-oh. I think the bulls are having a problem maintaining their bullishness as the market maker becomes less and less charming. It can be difficult to maintain bullishness when your partner isn't charming. Is this the tail of risk on the Charmadillo? This is maybe, I don't know, Charmageddon? No, the calls aren't closing. They're just losing money. It's the best. How big is the 44.10 position? Who cares? It's sold short. A true power hour? I fucking hope so. I'm so tired of this shit. Now they're starting to take losses. This zero DTE straddle was a fantastic idea. Thanks me. There's some equity selling going on. Big volume candles on the S&P 8 stocks. Yep. 20 basis points down, only 600 more to go to save my puts. A 1,000-mile journey begins with the first step. Cue ballin'. Who cares about equities? This is the options betting market, and stock indices shouldn't move based on stocks. I mean, yes, they should, but I'm not going to get into that. Bulls capitulating. Too many red candles. They're getting scared. Don't you dare say V-shaped. Shut your face, Sir David. I made 300% on a 4420p. Nice, man. Is Charmadillo using his ultimate? No, he's just hurting the market in his confusion. I hope everybody that bought Nvidia above $400 wakes up Tuesday morning down $30 a share. Or more. It's time for Charmadillo to bring out his buddy Market Crashosaurus Gex. Hold on, they're buying a lot of calls. Those calls that they just sold at a loss, they're buying back. Wash sales. These are wash sales. Boo. Exactly. But what if there's no futures buyer? The IRS doesn't have enough money to go after anybody anymore. That was part of the debt ceiling deal. The IRS can no longer afford to keep toilet paper in their office. It's BYOTP. Taxes, pay whatever you feel like. It's more like taxes, please pay us. Explains what yelling and getting to money. The IRS money cut is there only as long as the counterparty of the debt deal exists. It might be renegotiated before or by the time the agreed cuts would come in effect. Fair. I understand the play. The IRS still can go after the poors. I had a buddy that just never paid taxes, had been working for like over a decade, and had never filed. It's a stupid system. Hedgies are fucked, still can't listen in. Looks like it. They tried to buy a bunch of calls, and the market maker said no. I do my taxes fairly. Am I being a chump? Sometimes I think I am. For the last 2 weeks, every time I go into a meeting, I come out, my puts are down 15 to 20%. Today I went into a meeting and my puts are up. Am I dreaming? No. The bulls couldn't fight the power of the Charmadillo. Why is it that to get market downside, we always need some stupid meme? Or upside? Like we have to have the pimento and the Charmadillo. What does Charmadillo dine on? Bullishness. Hopes and dreams. I'm not in a fish tank. I missed the pimento. The pimento was for ups. But then the upside stopped having expirations that weren't every day. And the pimento just doesn't work on that small of a time scale. They're not letting the 4425s die. The market maker's murdering them. I think they're hoping that support comes in from futures and they can buy a bunch of them back and pump it up. But here's the problem. We're about to hit their puts on the short side that they sold earlier today. So their calls are losing money. Their puts now cost more to buy to close. Oof. Rough, right? Is this the pain trade? Is the pain trade when you buy Apple at 180 fucking 5 and then it goes to 90? That sounds way worse than losing some money on some short-dated puts. It sounds a lot like the pickle jar is running the bull side of the trade today. I've been pain trading my whole life, apparently. Oh, they keep trying to buy calls and they keep not going up. Oh no. I hope the weekend is full of news like the US dollar is being replaced by bricks, or the treasury is not managed within in 2 weeks of selling T-bills to get the account balance above 100 billion. Then Tuesday morning, J-Pal comes out and announces that he's cutting rates by 0.25. Inflation is solved, guys. Ah, you sound like Boss Blunts. Isn't the TGA already above 100 billion? Barely. I bought back my June 14 DTE SPY 428Ps, rolled my July 14 428P to July 21 430P just in time? Maybe. I want VIX to rocket here as they get squeezed out of their 4410s. Oh, they sold 4400s today too. They're so fucked. Charmadillo's gonna take you behind the woodshed and make you regret selling puts. That sounds very sexual. VIX can't go over 15, can it? We'll find out. Remember when we were having this kind of wet dream conversation on a drop to close Friday? We're at 4,200. Just make sure to take profits and set stops, because if they can pump it from 4,300 to 4,450 this week, they can do it to 4,500 next week. After the market deleverages the last pump. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Fuck your puts. Fuck your calls. I have you by the balls. Thanks, Jay Powell. Or is it Jay? UBS dumping all the CS bad stuff on top of China and Japan selling and Goldman accused of bankrupting SVB would be good weekend news. Okay. All other things being equal, theta should be a bit higher on closer DTE dates than further. Correct? Yeah. I have a June 2030p debit spread, and the 30 theta is higher than the 20. June 2030 put debit spread. The theta is higher than the 20. Wait, are the dates June 2030 or the strikes? I just sold the rest of my calls. Did I actually do it right this time? I don't know. Every payday, I buy 12-minute to expiry Nvidia at the money puts. One day, I won't need a paycheck. There's no bears that will take profits here, right? Everything is just sold puts. There's some bought puts. They're mostly at 4,400 though, and 4,410. But some of those are also, yeah, I mean both. Are there special requirements for selling VIX calls? No. I don't know why you can't sell them. Maybe you're not selling. Maybe it's not viewing it as you selling. Maybe it's viewing it as you're selling them naked. That might be like how you're setting up the trade. The dates are 2030, 4450 strike. Sorry, call spread. That's because of the money. Well, one of them has more delta, right? June 20, 4450 theta is 80. I don't know, man. Delta influences theta? That's what charm is. I mean, there's probably two effects, right? You have charm and D Vega D time or Veda, right? Because one of them is going to have higher implied volatility than the other because it's closer dated. Although I'd imagine they're pretty equal. And then also some of it can just be your broker's calculation of the option and what they're displaying. Not a bounce. Damn it, I got stopped out of my put. Fuck. All right, whatever. Oh, now they're buying a shitload of the 4420, 4425 calls. It'd be cool if they fail again. Nukes moved toward Belarus? Is Putin short? That already happened? Oh. You said they moved their margin to Japan. Okay, that's far more conspiratorial than what I said. I said that after the bank failures, there was a notable increase in margin loan volume from Japanese banks. I don't know. They bought a bunch of calls, but it looks like it's failing again. They bought a lot of calls there, but it still looks like it's failing again. This is awesome, actually. I love this. They keep buying out of the money calls to pump it. Like every time they catch a bid on futures, they buy a shitload of out of the money calls, and then they just get roasted by the fucking market maker. They're just filling Kenny's pockets right now with free money. I mean, Gamma on the 4425 strike moved from 3.1 billion to 5.9 billion in two candles. So a lot. Charmadillo is roasting the bulls. If SPX closes below 44.10, then the Bears are winning for next week. I don't think they're going to let that happen today. Is the meat smoothie to help you with your protein? Yeah. They're buying more again. They lost control a bit ago. Yeah. I don't know. VIX isn't really going down, right? Money's just coming out of their pockets at this point. Maybe they're selling the shorter dated puts. Is it possible for short funds to do the same thing to SPX in reverse? Yeah. It's much more effective too. Nope. 1 second. This is very exciting, Dork. $44.12 is new best friend. VIX will hit 11 next week. Don't say these things. We still have 30 minutes. VIX isn't going to spike unless they close their short puts, right? Halt and to close. What's Zom doing? Ooh. Zom's getting murdered right now. What the fuck is going on? Oil's up. Huh. It's hard to close your short puts if you're burning all the credit. Yes, it is. I gotta run. Have a great long weekend, man. Thanks, dude. I'll give the missus your info so she can visit while in New York this weekend. Fantastic. That's awesome. Tell the Gherks I said hello. If VIX hits 11, you can bet I'm full porting 90 DTE 13Cs. They're buying so many fucking calls here. What's what's the point? They're buying like out of the money calls with 30 minutes left. What's the worst tattoo you've seen working in a kitchen? I only worked in one kitchen. I don't remember. It was a decade ago. More than. Doesn't matter how many calls they buy. Debt's going to Japan anyway. Are they buying calls to slow down the drop in price so the index doesn't drop significantly for the weekend? I think they're buying calls to keep their short puts from fucking squeezing out. But they're dead again because the market makers deleveraging all of the massive amounts of charm. TikTok. I wonder if being long like one of these zero DT bulls is like it's like being Captain Hook and you're scared of clocks. It's been a while again. It was never a bear the bulls needed to worry about, but rather the Charmadillo you drew. I agree. What about Shmi? I'm scared of clocks. Is that why you don't buy Theta? They sold like they sold 630 and 721 4410s earlier today. That's why they're trying to keep it from dropping. They sold 4410s and 4400s. No, I don't see puts going down. We're just gonna ignore the fact that Charmadillo looks like Stegacharmus. They're similar but different. They're buying so many motherfucking calls right now. They got, well, they've almost got 4420s in the money. Almost. Any idea what position they're trying to protect? I'd imagine the calls that they, or the puts that they sold, like, fucking at the money earlier today. God, they're buying so fucking many calls. Failed. I think it's actually kind of important that we break 4410 today. Can you put numbers on this? Not until I have OI tonight. They sold puts mostly today at 4410, 4400, but they sold some at 44, like 4415, 4405. Not as many. Mostly 4410, 4400. The 4420 are going in the money. Well, not really. They failed to get them in the money here. Remember, they're almost at expiry, right? So they need to buy a lot of them to get the price up. And they're buying them, but they're working against the market maker. The market maker is selling. They're cheaper as theta decays, but they also have less delta, right? All right, use this excuse for a thing called lunch, whatever that is, to get off the call until close. We bearish? There's an epic battle going on between zero DTEs and the market maker dumping everything. Welcome aboard, Gork. Find a seat. They need to get the 4420 and 4425 strikes in the money. Otherwise, they lose a bunch of money. And they need to keep 4410 out of the money. Because that's where they sold puts. What 15-minute to expiries are we buying? 4410s, obviously. It's always good to have a counterparty. If SPX closes below 44.10 today, what happens Tuesday? I mean, it wouldn't be a lot different than what's going to happen Tuesday anyway. No, the Bears haven't won yet. I mean, they're winning because the 44.20 isn't in the money, I guess. But it'd be a better win if they could put the 44.10 puts out of the money, right? Or in the money, rather. I don't think there's enough time to squeeze them out, but probably said this before, but I work in healthcare and I've hated it until this job. I'm legit getting paid to mess with large healthcare systems by snagging their practice in a Monopoly game fashion. Ooh, that sounds fun. You know, cup and handles don't have like a high probability rate, right? Some guy, James. Do you think months and years from now we'll look back on today as a Charmadillo day? Similar to how we look back on Freg's Day as being important dates? I hope not. I guess you could, yeah. Fret. Can we get a dank song for the last 10 minutes of today? I'll think about it. I don't have any songs that are 10 minutes long. Lol, please not Freg's Day. Actually, Freg's Day would be perfect right now. And then the following 2-3 months. And let's not forget, it's still SLD. Yeah. Should I get the eggplant and mozzarella muffaletta or the gabagool? Why do they have those options? I don't know. Flip a coin. Well, I fucked up today. I had multiple chances to get out profitable on my calls, and I put trust in the 0DTE pumpers. They're failing. They're failing. They're failing at their jobs really hard right now, Idaho. I'm sorry that you were the last bull standing. Are you straddling over the weekend? Yeah, probably. You too, Steve-O. This shit is ridiculous. Discord randomly cut out, by the way. Oh. Thanks for the heads up. I was still buying 44.25s. Yes. And 44.20s. Dancing bears for 10 minutes? Seriously, Gurk, you need to get out of that city for a spell and enjoy the beach or something. I'm going to Martha's Vineyard this weekend. I know. Cat lady's name is Martha. I don't spend a dime and give them their freedom back. I can just promise they get paid 50% more for what they bill. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the job thing? Cool. Martha's Vineyard's gonna be packed with pickle fans. No one's gonna find me. Then Pickle Jar bought out a ferry boat from New York City to Martha's, where they found Gurk and relished him. Members hot tubs on Monday. Do I really have to give Dork foot rubs every week, or is it just every so often, as much as he demands? I'll be more impressed when you go to the fucking Catalina wine mixer. Ugh, I hate going to Catalina. Thanks, Sydney Poitier Snorlax. Thanks, Bandstand. A strange reference, but I respect it. What strikes are you considering for this weekend's Straddle Strangle? I'm guessing 44.15 here. Are they firing themselves into the sun? Who? Icarus. Which is Dorkin Foot Rubs as part of his buy-in to the Pickle ETF? He gets them as part of other people's buy-ins to the Pickle ETF. If you send the jet over to Sydney now, I can still make it for the Sunday hoedown in Martha's Vineyard. Okay. Don't bring the alligator luggage this time. It's ostentatious. Then I have to explain you to people. Bring the Lamborghini luggage instead. JFresh must be ecstatic right now. Tell people he's new money like you aren't also new money. Smart. That makes me sound like I'm old money. I like the way you think, Popcorn Trader. Did JFresh buy puts at the top? Nope. He sold bear call spreads at the bottom. Nice, Sayuri. So you're killing it. No? Oh. The sold puts are much more valuable than the 0 DTE calls. VIX low for the day? What? Trying to keep that margin in line. I love how the answer to I'm about to get squeezed out of my short puts is sell more short puts. This market's so fucking ridiculous. I just logged back on and you guys are talking smack about me? Not cool. No, I was talking about how you perfectly positioned your bear call spreads in order to not get assigned at the very end of the week. My July put is still red today, and it's at 4:30. I made like 12 trades that netted about a $30 loss, and I won on all of my out the money spreads. All right, so up. Yeah, I'm gonna probably, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll just get July 21s tonight. No, I'm switching this account to margin. Herva. I think, yeah, I'm gonna do July 21 put, June 30 call. If I get a fill. There we go. Come on. Keep pushing. I was really crabby about going to a wedding shower, but now it's worse. That sounds not fun. I want to do the same with my Weeble. They said 14 business days. It's been 4. Yeah, I thought it was going to be instantaneous. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fucking done it. I would have just opened another account. 44.10 breached. Let's see if VIX spikes. VIX to 13. I mean, they're not going to get squeezed out if we're trading at 44.10. We need to go below. Sell more puts. Showers of the party variety are always cringe. It's embarrassing to be female sometimes. Have you ever been to a bachelor party? They're also the worst. All right. It's insane to me that we're down $40 from the top of today. And VIX is down. SPY and VIX both closing at intraday lows. Last bachelor's party I went to, we sat around, smoked and played video games with food made by the wives. It was great. The last bachelor party I went to, the groom got fat in his Coke and blood out of his nose for 6 hours in the hospital. That was a fun night. Oh, fuck. Yeah, drop it. They're getting squeezed out, guys. A little tiny bit. Peener. Nice. He got what in his Coke? Fat? Fetty? Fentanyl? Ding ding. And the Bears take the day with SPX closing down 36 BPS and almost $40 from its high. Thank you, Charmadillo. It closed at 44.0981. Join us again Monday for the members only stream at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time here at Pickle Financial. Thank you guys all so much. Drop a like on your way out and have a great weekend, everybody. Later.